The Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway is sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Facebook group and you could win big. Another big thanks to Valley Tech Production Group for all your hard work with our sound, video, Lordco TV, and just about everything. They are amazing, and I'm not sure what we would do without them. Our spectator side is sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts, apologies, and our tower side is sponsored by TCS Performance Transmission Products. Here at the Titanium Strip, we are broadcasting live in the pits on 92.7 FM and on Lordco TV. So hello to all of our broadcasting fans out there. Thanks to Gary's OK Tire, Jaw Canopies, and Portable Buildings for help with keeping our starting line staff cool and dry.
Just a reminder about Titanium Auto Group. Now, if you haven't joined their page on Facebook, you should do so. It is Top Fan Friday right now. Now, if you head over there and you like their page and I don't know, they're giving away $300, you guys. $100 per person to 3 people. It's Top Fan Friday. Now, that's a big deal. They're also giving away passes to Door Wars 11. So, hey, might as well head on over to their Facebook page and hit join. Could be $100 in your pocket. They're also giving away a 2006 Ford Mustang GT. Now, usually it's parked in front of the winner's circle. However, they must be working on it right now, because we're very excited to announce that in partnership with Titanium Auto Group, we will be giving away that 2006 Ford Mustang GT to one lucky subscriber this summer. It may be stock right now, but it won't be for long. With the help of Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, and Mopac Auto Supplies, we will be transforming this car into a street strip cruiser capable of running some fast times on the Titanium Strip. Follow along on MRP Lordco TV on YouTube as we build the car and even show you some tips and tricks to improve your quarter-mile ET on your ride. So again, they're giving away the cash. They're giving away passes for Door Wars. They're giving away a Ford Mustang that, hey, you could bring out here to Street Legals and race yourself. So head on over to the Titanium Auto Group Facebook page and give them a like, and make sure you're following the Mission Raceway Park Facebook page as well for all the latest deets. Jessica, our social media director, she is amazing. Anything you need to know, it is on that Facebook page, as well as Twitter and Instagram. Just going to go over the rules, as some of you may have came in a little after when we went over it. Be sure to have your car numbers on the driver's side of your vehicle or motorcycle. Make sure they're big and bold that we can see them from the tower, even as it gets darker. Be sure to clean out your wheel wells before coming into the burnout box. We don't want to get rocks or anything flying at our officials or anybody else for that matter, and we don't want them embedding into our track. Please, no air conditioning running for the entire evening. It leaves water on the track. So no AC, folks, and when you're racing, that window has to be up. A reminder that you need to wear pants and closed-toe shoes. And you'll also have to have sleeves on your shirt. All right, we're going to be starting off here, the Friday Night Street Legals right now. Can we get Outlaws to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4? Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaws to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Also a reminder, you guys, it's a 5 km/h speed limit. So as you're making your way over to the lanes, please just coasting through the pits, 5 km/h. Outlaws, we need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Also, a reminder, if you're new here, you don't know how it goes, it's your first time, who knows? If you write an N on the right side of your driver's side of your vehicle, that'll let our starters know that you're new and you might need a little bit of a hand. And hey, that's not a problem. Safety is first here, and we want you to be able to know what is going on. So a big N on the driver's side of your car lets us know that you might need a minute or you might need a couple tips.
I'd just like to give a small congratulations to the graduating class of 2023 from Mission Secondaries. So congrats to James Duff, Taya Fergus, Levi Benke, Daniel Wilson, Anna Dick, and Matthew Bazinet for your amazing graduation. Can't wait to see what y'all do in the future, be it here or be it not.
Yeah, we're really proud of you guys. Mission senior secondary grads here working at Mission Raceway. Congratulations, all of you. We're super proud of you. You're starting off in the big bad world, and we wish you all the luck. And thanks for spending your time here with us, of course, and you better stay. Just about to start the Friday Night Street Legals here, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Mopac's been serving the high-performance industry for over 50 years. From our modest store on Kingsway in Vancouver back in 1973 to our 3 superstore locations we have today, we have always been on the forefront of the performance industry. Our Langley, BC location has a full-service installation facility, including a 2,000-plus horsepower chassis dyno. We can supply, install, and give you the test results on any performance modifications you make to your vehicle. Our running order this evening will be Outlaw, Motorcycle, Sport Compact, then Domestic. So Outlaws, you should be making your way to the lanes now. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Outlaws, to the lanes, please. 1, 2, 3, and 4. It is a very warm day, so be sure to stay hydrated. Go see Clara at the concession stand. They've got all sorts of drinks there, water, pop, anything, Gatorades, etc. They also got some pretty darn good food, I must say. Also, the Pro Shop has a whole cooler of cold drinks available. I know I just got my Dr. Pepper from there. Check it out in the Pro Shop. I also bought a brand new NHRA shirt, Top Fuel Dragster. So check out the cool merch they've got there in the Pro Shop.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the last call for Outlaws to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. Last call for Outlaws to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Again, we're broadcasting live 92.7 FM. 92.7 FM. You can hear us there and hear all of the class calls. 92.7 FM. We're also broadcasting on Twitter. So be sure to have your notifications on Twitter for all of the classes being called out on there as well. All right, our first two Outlaw cars here. The Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. In the TCS lane, we've got Stephen Kennedy. Oh yeah, Stephen Kennedy from Coombs, BC in his 2020 Chevy in the TCS lane. Going against Razvan Dijan. Now, we've watched this guy get faster and faster. 96 VW Golf. He is from Maple Ridge, part of Team All Race. Stephen Kennedy versus Razvan Dijan.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, it's your time to go to lane 1. This is motorcycle to lane 1.
Stephen with a 10.81, 129 miles an hour. Razvan a 10.69 at 100.
Next up to the starting line is Everett Heath from Maple Ridge in the 72 Chevy, going up against Tony Brand from North Vancouver in the 73 Chevy. Tony with a 10.38 at 128 miles an hour, and Everett at an 11.64 at 118.
Dorian Unkovic in the TCS side in his 08 BMW. He's from Burnaby going against John Verbeek from Aldergrove in that 78 Malibu. John taking off and Dorian giving him a little bit of a head start. Must have had some kind of problem there, but John an 11.53, 118 miles an hour. And Dorian just casually heading down, 16.61, 50 miles an hour. Carrying on in the Outlaw class here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Outlaw class. Pontiac Ventura in the TCS lane going against Rick Franks from Aldergrove in the 1981 Pontiac in the Lordco lane. Oh, spinning the tires big time here for the Ventura. Wow, he has a load of power. He's just going to have to get that traction to get that bad boy going. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports Compact to the lanes, please. Sports Compact to the lanes. Rick with a 12.58 and that Ventura with a 16.74.
This one will go to Darren at a 10.96, going 123 miles an hour. And Karen goes 11.63 at 117.
All right, we should have motorcycles in the staging lanes already. Attention in the pits, Sports Compact. We need you to the lanes, please. Sports Compact to the lanes. This is Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam, 2019 Dodge, running a 392 Hemi. It's a great time right now to send a text to some of your friends that have Chargers or Challengers or Teslas. Bring them on down. We got lots of room. 12.36, 111 miles an hour for Clayton Schultz. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to the lanes, please? Motorcycles to the lanes, please.
That's fair. They just didn't hear it. I had a guy help.
No problem. Carrying on with our Friday night street legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Looks like we're going to move into our sports compact class, brought to you by Racing Greed.
We got anything on Racing Greed here?
Yeah, so Outlaws,
Yeah.
Mopac.
I was just wondering if we had any info on Racing Greed. Got anything in there?
I don't know.
Okay. What's 126 driving? Tesla. That's not. I was gonna say. I felt dumb better.
The white one's an Audi too?
They're both Audis. We have Daniel Laprise and Lauren Stewart both driving their Audis. Daniel's coming in from Abbey, and Lauren is coming in. Daniel was off to a little bit of a slow start there, but nevertheless speeding down the strip. Lauren makes it at a 10:37 at 133, and Daniel at a 10:87 at 124.
Moving on with our sports compact here, sponsored by Racing Greed. Brian Kropp in the TCS lane, 2018 Golf. He is part of Toonzilla, and he's from Surrey. Going against Mike Ing from Abbotsford, 2019 Audi RS3. Wow, this was actually a very close race. Right at the 3:30, though, Mike Ing took over an 11.08 at 125 miles an hour. Brian, an 11.71 at 115.
We have Tyron Frunzen and Brandon Magson. Tyron coming in from Abbotsford in the 2001 Acura, and Brandon from White Rock in the 2009 Caliber. Making their way down the tracks, Brandon makes it at a 13:69 at 107 miles an hour, with Tyron at a 15:40 at 91. We have Calvir Daliwal and Jashin Virdi, both coming in from Surrey, driving their Productions was built by Darren Giselle.
Little smoke coming out of the pipe there in the TCS lane.
A little bit of a smoky finish, but Calvier makes it at a 10:69 at 1:30, and Jashawn at a 12:09 at a 1:12.
All right, don't forget, if you are new, like our friend in the Lordco lane, you put a big N on the driver's side of your vehicle and we can give you some tips. I know it's a little, scary pulling up that line. It's like, what am I supposed to do? But don't worry, our starting line officials, they are amazing and they will tell you anything that you need to know, my friends. All right, the track officials just heading down the track to make sure everything's A-OK. Do you have a grudge race to settle between friends? Have you ever wondered how fast your daily driver, hot rod, or race car is? Friday night street legals are the easiest way to come out and see what your ride is capable of. Wild street-driven race cars, crazy fast motorcycles, and even your family minivan. Friday nights have been proven to be a fan and racer favorite with over 200 different vehicles on the property. You will never be bored. Wow, I got to rewrite this one. Spectators are encouraged to come out, and don't forget, Mission residents spectate free of charge, as well as children under 12. So get on your phones, get on the Facebook, tell everybody to come on down and bring their vehicle. Remember, $50 and you can race a whole bunch of times. Like 6, 7, who knows how many times we race until the dew sets in, and we have a great old time. And the more it cools down, the faster the race cars go as well. So it is going to be crazy a little bit later. So get on the text, get on the Facebook. Let's get everyone down here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Track officials just checking out the track at the top end there. He's on his way back. There was quite a bit of smoke coming from that Infinity, so hopefully he doesn't have a problem there. Because I don't mind Battle Infinity. Pretty cool, I must say. All right, moving on here in our sports compact is James Olson in the Lordco lane in his 2015 Volkswagen Jetta. And we don't quite have all of the drivers entered. But James, a 13.2, 413 miles an hour, and the TCS lane, a 13.88. Kevin Kaiser from Surrey in the 1973 Beetle in the TCS lane going against another Beetle. We don't have this driver's information in just yet. But here we go, punch buggy battle. Right, it's the Gaunch launcher, isn't it? Awesome. Kevin, a 13.30 at 102. Versa 13.95. So we may have some competition here for Mr. Kaiser. Excellent. Moving into motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Our first two competitors here in the motorcycle class. Don't have all of our drivers entered just quite yet. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lanes, please. TCS lane a 9.05, 162 miles an hour. Lordco lane, he pulled out of it, 13.06, that's 79. Again, we don't have all of the drivers' names entered just yet, but we absolutely will for the next round. Motorcycles, sponsored by Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley Davidson. TCS lane 11.42 at 134 miles an hour. Lordco lane a 12.59 at 120.
We have Paul Serdar in the 05 Suzuki going up against Keith Schmidt in the 2001 Harley. Paul has dubbed his Suzuki the Gixxer, and Keith is sponsored by Harley. Paul with a 9.97 at 144 miles an hour, and Keith at an 11.84 at 116.
We just want to give a special shout out to our sponsors for the motorcycle class, Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley Davidson. These two dealerships are the go-to spots for all your motorcycle needs. Whether you're looking for a high-performance sports bike or a classic cruiser, Mountain View Motorsports has you covered with a wide selection of top brands. Dallas Bedard in the Lordco lane in his 2012 victory, Highball. It's actually quite a close race until about half track when TCS lane pulls ahead at 12.93, 98 miles an hour. And Dallas a 13.25 at 103. For those of you who are true Harley enthusiasts, Mountain View Harley Davidson is the place to be, offering the latest models and accessories from the legendary manufacturer. So if you're in the market for a motorcycle or would just like to check out the latest gear, make sure to visit Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley Davidson's. Thanks for your support, and let's get ready to race. Track officials heading back down the track to take a look. Safety is always first here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Big shout out to the Dodge Ram Club if you're out here. Dodge Rams, hope to see you guys racing later. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestics, you should be making your way down to the lanes, please. Domestics to the lanes.
We have Ben H. hailing from Richmond in the 2019 Tesla going against Brad Sutton from North Vancouver in the 72 Buick. Now, I don't know if you know this, but Chrissy up here is a huge Tesla fan, and I love my Buicks. So this is a competition of the ages.
All right. There's my boy right there, hauling. At 11.62 for my Tesla, 115 miles an hour, but I know he can flick a switch and double that speed.
Moving on to this next race here, we have Kai Jesseman hailing in from Surrey, driving the 85 Regal Chevy, and Ken Ritchie, also from Surrey, driving the 85 Blazer. Kai makes it to the 4th mile at 11:58 at 116 miles an hour, with Ken at 13:30 at exactly 103.
Next up, we've got a Camaro in the TCS lane. We don't have the driver just yet. Going against Graham McNeil from Surrey in his 2014 Ford Mustang. Here's a classic Chevy Ford showdown. $13.19 in the TCS lane, and Graham with a 15.41 at 100 miles an hour.
We have Daniel McGarry from Delta driving the 1992 GMC going up against Cam Penner from Langley in the 2005 Charger. Cam is sponsored by Race with Day, and Daniel has dubbed his GMC Monster. Cam makes it at the end at 15:15, going 90 miles an hour, while the Monster at a 15:93 at 83 miles an hour. We have Don Mancinelli from Maple Ridge in the 67 Ford going up against Peter Boyd from Blind Bay in the 2018 Dodge.
Don looking like he's done this before.
With a 67 Ford, you know you're a force to be reckoned with, going at 12:53 at 110 miles an hour, with Peter just behind at a 12:99 at 105.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaws to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4? Outlaws to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Carrying on here in the TCS lane, we've got Doug Redicop in his 2021 Tesla. He's from Abbotsford, going against Sean from Abbotsford. Wow, look at that Tesla go. Man, I need to check my Lotto Max ticket. That's what I need to do. 146 miles an hour for the Tesla, 9.49, a 15.91 at 63 for Sean in the Lordco lane. If you know someone that has a Tesla, send a text message. Tell them we've got some competition for them. Bring it on down here to the Titanium Strip, Friday night street legals.
We have Utah Mooney from Coquitlam in the 99 Ford and Dave from Everson, Washington in the 91 Ford. Both the exact same color of green. So we got a greenie fight here. Dave takes it at a 1384 at 106 miles an hour, with Utah at a 1964 at 67 miles an hour. Moving into Outlaw, we have Dorian Yutkovic. We have Dorian Yutkovic from Burnaby in the 2008 BMW going up against Tej from Surrey in the 2023 Ford titled Bubble. That's a cute name. The Bubble speeds off with off to the 4th mile. Dorian takes it at a 1020 at 135 miles an hour, with Tej at a 1342 at 116.
Definitely a better run for Dorian this round. This is Jolene Treneman. Now I saw her posting on our Facebook page. She says, I can't wait to see what this 4x4 does. So she's in her Rubicon here, and she's from Abbotsford, and we're going to see exactly what she can get done tonight. You go, girl. All right, she's not doing that bad at all, is she? She's got to clean up that reaction time a little bit. 14.90, 96 miles an hour. That's not bad for the old Rubicon.
We have John Verbeek in the 1978 Malibu and Everett Heath in the 72 Chevy. John coming in from Alder Grove, Everett hailing in from Maple Ridge. Both off to some fantastic starts.
Wow, this is a really close race here halfway.
But just by 0.2 of a second, John takes it at a 11:42 at 118 miles an hour, with Everett at a 11:20 at 119.
We have Rick Franks in the TCS lane, his 1981 Pontiac. He's from Aldergrove, going against Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam. He's racing his 2019 Dodge with a 392 Hemi. Bulbs are lit. Double greens. And this looks like a drag race, folks. Absolutely equal at the 60, at the 330, and looks like Clayton pulling ahead here by a tad. 12.34 at 112. Rick a 12.71 at 106. Now that is a drag race, folks. Darren Price in the TCS lane going against Karen Christensen. Darren racing his 1989 Ford Mustang. He's from Abbotsford. Karen also from Abbotsford in her 1987 Chevy S10. Ooh, deep staged by Karen, and there we go, bud. A red light for her. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to the lanes, please? Motorcycles to the lanes, please.
We have Tony Brand from North Vancouver in the 73 Chevy going up against Stephen Kennedy from Coombs driving the 2020 Chevy. We got a Chevy off here. Which generation will win? Is it out with the old, in with the new, or the other way around?
Wow, just lifting in the air that 73 Chevy. Now, I was born in 73, so I can relate with that Chevy. Great pass for Tony. Steven letting out of it.
And Tony takes it at a 10:38 at 128 miles an hour, with Steven at a 17:89 at 66. We have a solo pass going here. We have Conrad from Langley in the 65 Chevy. With a car as cool as that, goes at a 9:31 at 144 miles an hour. So well done, Conrad.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get sports compacts to the lanes, please? Motorcycle and sports compact to the lanes, please. Motorcycle class brought to you by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. For all your Harley Davidson needs, be sure to see these two dealerships, Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports.
Gallant going up against Dallas Bedard. Lee is a Mission resident in the 208 Suzuki. Apologies. and Dallas in the 2012 Victory Highball. Lee is off to a fantastic run, going at 9:28 at 152 miles an hour, with Dallas at a 12:55 at a 105. We have an anonymous biker going up against Keith Schmidt, a Maple Ridge resident in the 2001 Harley, sponsored by Harley. Keith takes it at an 1183, going at 117, with our anonymous friend at a 1407 at a 95.
Chris Rathie from Abbotsford in the TCS lane going against Charles Leake in his 2006 bike. 2016, sorry. Charles at 10.94, 137 miles an hour. Chris at 12.42 at 121. Paul Serdar from Chilliwack in the 2005 Suzuki GSXR in the TCS lane. It's called the Gixxer, sponsored by Mass Cycle Service, going against Darren Bauman from Mission in his 2008 bike. And look at him go. Darren an 8.777 at 163 miles an hour, folks. Paul at 10.03 at 142. Wow. Now it takes something to ride those bikes, I must say. And I'm not that something, that's for sure. Moving into Sports Compact, brought to you by Racing Greed here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Good to see everybody out here today, all you spectators. Good to see you. And hello to everyone on our live stream. We hope to see you in person soon. Daniel LaPrise in the TCS lane. Lauren Stewart in the Lordco lane. The Audi battle, this one going to Lauren Stewart at 10.51, 137 miles an hour. Daniel an 11.23 at 123.
Brian Kropp from Surrey in the 2018 Golf, sponsored by Toonzilla, going up against Brandon Magson from White Rock, in the 2009 Caliber. A little bit of a late start for Brian, but both racers going neck and neck at the fourth mile. It's going to Brandon at a 13.16 at 113 miles an hour, while Brian is at an 11.73 at 115.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestics, you are on standby, please. Domestics, you're on standby. Shiraz Khan in the TCS lane from Surrey, 2009 BMW, going against Sandeep Patties, and he's having a little bit of a problem there. We know he won't make that same mistake in the next round. Shiraz a 12.41 at 116 miles an hour, and Sandeep a 16.8 at 116.
We have a beetle off here with Kevin Kaiser from Surrey during the 1973 beetle titled The Gonschlauncher, going up against our anonymous beetle friend in the TCS lane.
Look how close this is. This is a run for his money right now.
With a neck and neck finish of 0.3 of a second, it goes to Kevin at a 13.68 at 102 miles an hour. And our anonymous friend at a 13.36 at 101.
Tyron Franzen in the Lordco lane. We don't quite have every driver in our computer yet, but we will. Anna's frantically entering them in on our computer as we speak. 12.91 goes to the TCS lane, 15.20 for Tyron at 92 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, domestics. Can we get you to come to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lanes. Outlaw, you are on standby.
An Audi off with an anonymous Audi in the tower lane going up against Mike Eng, an Abbotsford resident in the 2019 Audi. This one goes to Mike at a 11.29 at 124 miles an hour, with our anonymous friend at an 11.71 at 116.
Sam Wood in the TCS lane, 1971 Volkswagen Beetle. Sam's from Mission going against Warren Eder from Surrey, racing his 2014 BMW. Both are green. Warren gaining some speed on the Beetle for about half track. A 12.777 at 107 for Warren, 14.46, 96 miles an hour for Sam Wood in the Volkswagen. Friday Night Street Legals here, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, where you can be the drag racer. Be sure to text your friends and tell them to get on down here and bring their vehicle. You want to race them. I want to race them. Everybody wants to race them. Come on down. Bring it on here at the Friday Night Street Legals on the Titanium Strip. Brought to you by Titanium Auto Group. Kenneth Kang from Vancouver, 2006 Infinity, going against James Olson from Langley in his 2015 Volkswagen Jetta. Now, I made a big mistake when I bought a Toyota Corolla, because you cannot chip a Toyota Corolla. I should have bought a Volkswagen or even an Infinity, but no. When will I ever learn? Kenneth taken off. And James hanging out for 5 seconds on the start line, just, you know, sending a text, making a call. And Kenneth a 15.28, 89 miles an hour. And James a 13.26, but with that 5.3 second reaction time, sorry, my friend, we're going to have to clean that up a little. Don't forget that drag racing on the Fraser is back. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association's Summer Nationals are July the 15th. Beer gardens, drag boats, and a barbecue concession stand on site. Gates open at 9 a.m. for fans. Tickets are $20. Kids 12 and under are free with a paid adult. There can't be a better day, a Sunday, July the 15th, to come and hang out with us here on the river for the drag boats.
Jolene returns from Abbotsford in her Rubicon, going up against Stefan Alamera, another Abbotsford resident. Driving his 2015 Ram.
No, I think Jolene's getting the hang of this now. Everybody better watch out.
That Rubicon is a menace, but this race goes to Stefan at a 13:52.98 miles an hour, with Jolene at a 15:18 at 95.
Owen Carr in the TCS lane, 68 Pontiac, running a 3:27. Going against Stan Carr in his 74 Vet, running a 4:54. Sponsored by Tyler Carr's Brothers Family Racing Team. Looks like one of the brothers here a little faster so far, but still pretty close. 13.84 for Owen, a 14.35 for Stan.
In the Tower Lane, we have a anonymous Camaro going up against Doug Ridicop, an Abbotsford resident driving his 2021 Tesla. Another one of your people, Chrissy. Real question here is, can Doug prove the worth?
Well, I'm sure Doug pressed the button into Super Psycho mode. But it looks like it is Tony here joining us. We got your name, dude. Tony from Coquitlam, 1999, Chevy Camaro in the TCS lane. Look at that, the Tesla giving him a gentleman's head start. He's got some class.
I think I see why you said he pressed it into Super Psycho mode, because that is fast. Even after that head start, 9:52 at 148 miles an hour, with Tony at a 13:39 at 1:05. Well done, racers.
See, that Tesla got another 3 miles an hour. I don't know what he did. Here we've got Daniel McGarry from Delta, 1992 GMC 1500 called Monster, going against Graham McNeil from Surrey in the 2014 Ford Mustang. Bulbs are lit, double green. Pretty darn close reaction times. .77, 101 miles an hour for Graham McNeil and his Mustang. Daniel a 16.05 at 83 miles an hour. Kai Jessamine in the TCS lane, 1985 Regal, running a 3:55. He's from Surrey, going against Ken Ritchie, also from Surrey, 1985 Blazer. Little burp from Kai. He's been around a long time. I recognize his name. Lots of experience behind him. And he'll take this one at 11.83 at 116 miles an hour versus Ken's 13.39 at 103.
Cam Penner, a Langley resident in the 2005 Charger. Hemi, sponsored by Race with Day, going up against Dave from Everson, Washington in the 1991 Ford. Bulbs are lit double green. Dave's got the lead at the 8th mile, but it gets neck and neck at the quarter. And it goes to Dave at a 14.80 at 96 miles an hour, with Cam at a 15.16 at 90 miles an hour. Now we have Utah Mooney from Coquitlam driving his 1999 Ford, going up against C. Hookham, a Mission resident, driving his 2010 Hemi. C with a 13.04 at 106 miles an hour, with Utah at a 19.80 at 69 miles an hour.
Don Mancinelli from Maple Ridge in the TCS lane in that 1967 Ford, going against Brad Sutton in a 72 Buick, running a 4.55 in the Lordco lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get outlaws to the lanes, please? Outlaw to the lanes, please. Don running a 12.34, 110 miles an hour. Brad Sutton, a 13.98 at 95. We've got Ben H. in one of those awesome Teslas, 2019 Tesla, in fact. He's from Richmond, going against Arjun Sakar from Surrey on his 22 Tesla. Here we go. Now look at this, an 11.68 for Ben in the TCS lane, 11.84 for Arjun. No, I think we need a Tesla class, my friends. That's what I'm thinking.
We have Peter Boyd from Blind Bane's 2018 Dodge going up against an anonymous Mustang driver with nearly identical reaction times. Neck and neck all the way up to the 4th mile, going to our anonymous friend at 12.32 at 119 miles an hour, with Peter Boyd at 13.14 at 109.
Jeremy in the TCS lane with his Porsche 911 going against Brandon in his 99 Dodge. That's not a 99 Dodge Dakota. Going against a Tesla. Porsche versus Tesla. Wow. That's what we're talking about here. The Friday Night Street Legals. (2021) Tesla in the Lordco lane. Sean Adams is in the Tesla. Just getting a couple pointers from our starters. I noticed that both of those bulbs are lit. Sean and Jeremy here getting a couple pointers from Willie. And look at this race. Wow, that is super close at the 8th mile. Looks like the Porsche, no, the Tesla pulls away. 11.71 at 1:08 versus 11.37, but the reaction time of Jeremy got him. It's going to have to clean that up for next time, folks. It's all about the reaction time. That race was won on the tree. All right, we don't have this racer's name entered yet. A 10.123, 136 miles an hour for the TCS lane. So glad to see everybody out here today at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Shout out to our live stream viewers. Hello, everybody. Big thanks to Valley Tech Production for helping us out with our Lordco TV. Don't forget to join the Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page. Today is Top Fan Friday. That means they're giving away cash on Monday. So get over there and like their page and share or whatever they ask you to do, because that's a hundy in your pocket if you win, plus giving away tickets for Door Wars 11. Our big bad race coming up next weekend, July 29th. Or June 29th to July 2nd. It's the Canada Day weekend, folks, and we're going to have a blast here. Door Wars, where the big boys come out. Pro Modified, Door Slammers, MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. We've got everybody coming out. Electronics, non-electronics, and all of our junior racers. It's going to be a big old party here Canada Day weekend. Be sure to spend it with us at Mission Raceway. Just a little bit of track prep here before we move into our Outlaw class. Outlaw sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Did you know that Mopac Auto Supplies not only has the best performance parts in the industry, but when it's time to have those new parts installed or your vehicle tuned on our dyno chassis, let's face it, not everyone has the skills to install their new parts on their vehicle, but we do. Our Langley, BC location is equipped with a full service installation facility that offers very competitive rates and is open 6 days a week for your convenience. Whether you need that new Cat Black exhaust supercharger or lowering kit, Mopac has you covered. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the last call for Outlaws. Last call for Outlaws. You should be in the pits, please. Outlaws to the pits. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits is the first call for motorcycles, please. Motorcycles. This is your first call to the lanes, please.
Finishing up with the domestic class, we are now into Outlaws, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Pat Hearn from Surrey in the 1988 Ford, sponsored by Angry Bird Racing. And Rick Franks from Aldergrove in the 1981 Pontiac. Trees are lighting up. Double green.
I kind of like how he had his reverse lights on as he was lighting the bulbs. That's kind of cool. Kind of freaky, but kind of cool. An 11.74, 123 miles an hour for Pat in the TCS lane, and Rick a 12.62 at 106. Little more track prep before we carry on with our Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Safety is always first here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Big thanks to our track officials working out there, making it all happen here for the Friday night street legals. Always a great time, a chance where you can be the drag racer. You can be the main man, and we're all cheering you on. Our next Mopac Street Legals will be July the 14th. Be sure to bring your ride out. Taj Sangha in the 2003 Ford. He's from Surrey in his car called the Bubbles. I was just informed that he races in the Outlaw 275 class. Very cool. Going against Stephen Kennedy from Coombs in his 2020 Camaro. And he's not messing around at all. .89, 129 miles an hour for that Chevy driven by Steven, and Taj a 13.44. Raz Van Desan, 96 Volkswagen Golf from Maple Ridge, part of Team All Race, going against Everett Heath from Maple Ridge, 1972 Chev. All right, Everett taking off down the track in 11.19 at 118. Just setting up here for Razvan's solo pass. Oh, and a big pull to the right. Uh, 10.777 at 108. Huh. So word has it, people are like, oh, there's glass on the track, glass on the track. No, it's ice. How does that happen? Well, because he's trying to cool his nitrous bottle down, I assume. He's ice cold, baby. That's right, but ice makes water, and that's something we do not want on the track. So please, all the ice cubes off of your car before you get into staging. I'm just having a little giggle. Ice cubes on the track. I've never imagined I'd have to say that in my life, but that's fantastic.
We like our strip to be a road, not a slip and slide or an ice rink. Hence why we don't like ice on the tracks, which is like a 1 in a million chance. So if you guys are witnessing this, you guys are witnessing history in the making.
Ice Road Truckers, Mission Raceway. People are looking at me like, what is wrong with this crazy lady? I know.
Next thing you know, we're going to see a snowplower on the track. Would be an amazing sight to see out here. So as we clean up the track here, I'd just like to announce that the Fraser Valley Drag Boats Association Summer Nationals are back. Drag boats got put off a little bit, but they're returning on July 15th. And speaking of racing, it seems like our racers are ready at the start line. John Verbeek from Aldergrove in the 1978 Malibu going up against Joel Smith from Abbotsford in the 71 Pontiac. Sponsored by Zapstrap Racing, and he's the father of Tyler Smith.
Now, Tyler Smith is our junior street points leader. Now, I've even myself put a bounty out for someone to beat that kid, but here's his dad racing in the Lordco lane.
Unfortunately, John rolled through, so we won't be able to get a time for him, but like father, like son, Joel makes it at a 1080 at 128. We have Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam in the 2019 Dodge going up against Tony Brand from North Vancouver in the 73 Chevy.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Sports Compact. Can we get you to the lanes, please? Sports Compact, to the lanes, please.
Tony's off to a fantastic start, speeding down that lane without a care in the world. Going at a 10:41 at 128, with Clayton at a 14:27 at 63.
Notice Clayton was even on the brakes down there in the top end. Not sure what that's about. Interesting.
Finishing up Outlaw here, we move into Motorcycle, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the final call for motorcycle, final call for motorcycle.
We have Paul Serdar, a Chilliwack resident in the 2005 Suzuki called the Gixxer, sponsored by Mass Cycle Circus, Service, going up against Charles Leak, who I just heard is only 16. Paul is going down that lane at speeds that can only be described as illegal. At a 9.82 at 143 miles an hour, with Charles at a 15.79 at 92 miles an hour.
Yeah, Charles had a little trouble there at the start line. Looked like he had to restart his bike up, but you know that's not going to happen in the next round. Dallas Bedard from Surrey, 2012 Victory Highball in the TCS lane, going against Chris Rathy from Abbey. Wow, this is a great drag race here. Look at this, 12.47 for Dallas at 104 versus a 12.27 here for Chris. Neck and neck racing here, just 700th off the margin. Keith Schmidt from Maple Ridge in the Lordco lane, 2001 Harley, going against gentleman in the TCS lane who will remain unknown at the moment. We don't have him in our computer, but we will shortly. An 11.76 for Keith, a 12.84 at 100 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Sports Compact. You should be making your way to the lanes, please. Sports Compacts to the lanes. Daniel LaPrize in the TCS lane. Lauren Stewart in the Lordco lane. Audi battle here, getting closer and closer, these two. This time the green is going to Lauren Stewart, 10.28. 137 miles an hour forks. That's no joke in Sports Compact. Wow. 126 at 10.97 for Daniel. Shiraz Khan from Surrey, 2009 BMW in the TCS lane, going against Mike Ing from Abbotsford in his 2019 Audi RS3. Don't forget, folks, we're broadcasting live on 92.7 FM. We're also broadcasting on Twitter. We have Elise putting out all of our class calls on Twitter because she is awesome. An 11.10 for Mike at 125, and a 12.60 at 118 for Shiraz. Angel Santos from Surrey, 2017 BMW in the TCS lane. Oh, having a little problem with that clutch on takeoff. And more problems. We get only our track officials only, please. Track officials only. All right, unfortunately, things do happen here at the Friday Night Street Legals. We're going to allow our track officials to deal with the situation at this time. Can we get the forklift, please, to the track? The forklift, can we get that over to the track immediately, please? Unfortunately, exactly what we don't want to see here at the Friday Night Street Legals. We're going to let the track officials and our first aid attend to the situation. Thank you for your patience. All right, just allowing our track officials to attend to our driver, Angel, and attend to the vehicle. There will be a delay here. We're going to have to remove this vehicle and clean the track up. All right, of course, an unfortunate situation here on the track. There'll be a delay while we assess the situation and help the driver and remove the vehicle off the track. So we're going to just remain silent up here in the tower so our track officials can communicate easily with each other. And we'll give you the update as soon as we have it. All right, we just got the update that the driver is okay. The driver's okay. If you can give him a hand. Angel having a terrible day here. But I'm glad he's all right. All right. So again, we're going to have a delay here. This is a good time to head on over to the concession stand and get yourself a cool drink. And we'll be underway as soon as we can. Thanks for your patience. Big thanks for your patience while we clean up the track here. Was just taking a walk down to the tech area, and lots of new vehicles have rolled in and they're ready to race. Some pretty fancy ones and some pretty fast ones, I must say. So thanks again for your patience. We'll get rolling as soon as we can. Just like to mention also that I appreciate your feedback. Now up here, I was being told that the ice cubes on the track were for cooling nitrous, and that is absolutely not correct. You heat nitrous bottles, and that you're cooling down your supercharger. So thank you. We learn as we go. I'm relatively new, I must say, but thank you again to the gentleman in the pits informing your silly announcer about the facts. So again, we're going to get back to racing as soon as we can. Big thanks to you for your patience, our track officials for dealing with our situation here. It's unfortunate. It's not what we like to see. We'll get back to Friday Night Street Legals as soon as we are able. Right, just looks like we're in the end phases of clearing the track up, or getting close anyway. Thought I'd come up here and let you know about a few other races that are coming your way. June 29th to July 2nd, that's next weekend, Door Wars 11. Canada Day weekend, why not spend it here with us at Door Wars 11? All the big boys coming out. Come out to watch the fastest, most exciting heads-up racing on the West Coast, featuring West Coast Pro Mods running 3-second eighth-mile passes at over 200 miles an hour, and nitro-burning Top Fuel Harleys. MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 bringing the quickest radial small tire racing with a 16-car field, all sub 5 seconds in the eighth mile. We'll have the National Tire Non-Electronics, Rad Torque Systems Electronics, Peden Industries Junior classes. We'll have around 30 Canada West Door Slammers and a whole ton of West Coast Pro Modified. Now, if you've joined the Facebook page of the Pro Mods, West Coast Pro Mods, every day they're announcing a new Pro Mod that's going to be here. So they won't give me the exact number, but I know there's going to be a ton. And Pro Mod, that's where our friend Justin Bond is racing in. Racing in Ohio right now. I think they were rained out for most of the day, but sending all the luck out to Bahrain 1 Racing. We'll also have the Gulf and Fraser Financial Limited Street, MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, West Coast Outlaw Street, Jerry's OK Tire Real Street, Inline Sales Pro Street, Top Fuel Harleys, Pro Mod Bikes, and more. It's going to be an amazing weekend. That's coming up. Door Wars 11, Canada Day weekend. We hope you spend it with us here at the track. July 7th and 8th, we've got the Spec D Prospect Shootout. And our next Mopac Street Legals will be July the 14th. That's when you can bring your car and be the big bad racer. We actually have Street Legals July 14th and July the 21st. Then the old TNT West Coast Classic, July 28th to 30th. Then we got the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. Everybody's heard about that one. August 4th to 6th, the Gasser Get Down Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine Outlaw, Pro Mods, and more. And then, of course, Smoke Fire Thunder, presented by Lordco, August 24th to 27th. Of course, that one is not to be missed either. So we hope to see you at Door Wars 11, June 29th to July 2nd. It's coming right up. Don't forget about the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals. It's drag boats racing on the Fraser River. July 15th. Gates are open at 9 a.m. for fans. They'll be having a beer gardens and a barbecue concession stand on site. So I know I'm definitely going to be hanging out on the beach behind us, watching the action on the river. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals, July the 15th. Big thanks for your patience as our track officials are cleaning up the track there. An unfortunate incident earlier. It's not what anybody wants to see. But we'll be carrying on with the Mopac Street Legals as soon as we can, folks. Right, just in the last phases here of cleaning up the oil, scraping the track, and making it safe so we can carry on with our Friday night street legals. Be sure to stay hydrated. I know it is getting a little cooler, which is nice. But definitely go see Clara. She was the Employee of the Year in our concession stand. Lots to drink and yummy food. Go check out the concession stand if you haven't, as well as the pro shop. They've actually kind of reorganized it in there, so they've got more room for the merch. Lots of t-shirts, hats, and oh, there's fresh candy. Kids, they were packing the candy bags when I was over there. Grab some candy, ice cream, freezies, Matchbox cars, and much, much more. Lots going on at the pro shop. Be sure to take a visit in there and see what they got. I know I picked up my brand new NHRA Top Fuel Dragster t-shirt. It's pretty cool. I don't usually wear something like this, but I like it. I like it. NHRA apparel in the pro shop. Big thanks to all of you being so patient here today. We'd really appreciate it while we get the track cleaned up so we can carry on. Want to thank Valley Tech Productions for all of their help with our sound, video, and Lordco TV, just about everything. We don't know what we could do without them. That's Valley Tech Production Group for all your sound and video needs. Shout out to the live stream. Hello, everybody on the live stream. Hope to see you down here. And you know, just talking to a family that came down because they heard me on the live stream saying, come on down. That's right. All you guys, come on down. If you live in Mission, bring some ID. You can come on in for free. Lots of racing action. Like I said, I walked down to the tech area, which is quite a hike. I think it was like a kilometer. But I got there, and there's so many cars being teched, like crazy sounding supercharged Mustang, this bright cherry red, and he's going to have his kid in the car. Whole bunch of cars down there at Tech and a whole bunch more joining us. So a lot of racing action to come. It looks like they're just finishing up here. Got the tractor on the track. That's good news. Again, thanks for your patience, and big thanks and shout out to our track officials there, doing a great job here. All right, again, thanks for your patience. Just going to lay down some spray and we'll be able to carry on with racing. Tons of racing action yet to come. Big thanks to Mopac Auto Supply, Racing Greed, and Mountain View Harley Davidson, and Mountain View Motorsports. Just want to give a shout out to the motorsports of Mountain View and Mountain View Harley Davidson. Now, these two dealerships are your go-to spots for all your motorcycle needs. Whether you're looking for a high-performance sport bike or a classic cruiser, Mountain View Motorsports has you covered with a wide selection of top brands. And for those of you who are true Harley enthusiasts, Mountain View Harley Davidson is the place to be, offering the latest models and accessories from the legendary manufacturer. So if you're in the market for a motorcycle or just want to check out the latest gear, make sure to visit Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley Davidson. So shout out to them supporting our motorcycle class. Can't wait to see all those bikes up again. There's a lot of bikes here today and a lot of spectators on bikes as well. We hope to see them join us for a Street Legals in the near future. It's always great to have a whole ton of motorcycles show up. Those guys, they've got something in them that I certainly don't. They got some cajones. Just a little spray. We'll be getting back to the racing action. Big shout out to the Dodge Ram Club for coming out tonight. And if there's any other car clubs that are here tonight, please let us know. We'd love to know and brag about you and join your Facebook groups. If you're one of our newer racers that just rolled in and you haven't been here for a while, we're no longer using the ET Shack time slip booth. Instead, we have created our own Mission Raceway app. It's free and it's in the App Store, and it logs all of your passes from all of the races. So just make sure your car number that you've written on your tech card matches what is on the side of your car, and letters included. And I've heard various things. A lot of our older friends, you know, maybe they're not into the apps, and that's fine. They can always go into the pro shop and print out their times. But the app is pretty cool. I mean, it keeps all the information for all the races in your car. So even like the 60 foot, the 330, all the information there to tune your car. So it is pretty cool, I must say. So love it or hate it, that's what's going on. So just want to make you aware, we do have that Mission Raceway app for your times.
Attention in the pits, and attention to Paul Regan. We need you back in your car. Paul Regan, back to your car. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to say that we are back in the swing of things. Glad to be back here, ready for the Sport Compact, sponsored
Kevin Kaiser in the Gaunch Launcher 2 in the TCS lane in his 1973 Beetle. It's going against the other Beetle, the Blue Beetle. We'll get his name up shortly. Beetle battle here. Another close race between these two here. A 12.83 for the Lordco lane, a 13.15, so a little more top-end speed in the Lordco lane. Kenneth Lang is in the Lordco lane, 2006 Infinity, going against the Audi here in the TCS lane. Good to be back racing. Thank you to our track officials. Thank you to you guys for your patience, and the racers, thank you so much for bearing with us. Sports Compact here, the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, an 11.80 here in the TCS lane, 117 miles an hour. Kenneth with the 14.97, 89 miles an hour. And Nissan in the Lordco lane going against Sam Wood from Mission 1971 VW Beetle. .48, 139 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Sam Wood a 13.78 at 99.
We have Nathan Vrend from Maple Ridge driving his 2021 Nissan named Envious. Well, I sure am. Going up against Calvir Deliwall from Surrey, driving the 2017 Infinity. Nathan Vren makes it to the 4th mile at a 1081, going 132 miles an hour, with Calvir at an 11.83 at 119. We got Ashcon Sheriff from Port Coquitlam driving the 1997 Toyota Chaser, going up against Danny Long in the 2004 Dodge Neon. Trees lighting up. Double green. A little bit of a rough start for Ashcon, but he's making ways up to the 4th mile.
Wow, it was a really close race at the 8th mile there, and Ashcon pulled ahead here at the top end. 13.50, 115 miles an hour, 14.70 at 96 for Danny. Now we've got Jashan Verdi going against Lewis. Infinity versus an Eagle Talon. A 12.20 at 113 for the TCS lane. Lewis at 13.19 at 105.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic, it's time to get in the lanes. That's domestic, it's your call to the lanes. Our next race here is a Miata in the tower lane going up against Miles Walsh from Coquitlam in the 1993 Volkswagen. Miles finishes at a 14.34 at 100 miles an hour, with the Miata at a 16.72 at 84 miles an hour.
All right, this next one should be interesting here, folks. These are a couple of the new guys that just rolled in here, and they look mighty fast. Bulbs are lit in the TCS lane. One more bulb to go in the Lordco lane. Bulbs are lit, double green. Little trouble here on the TCS side. He has a lot of power, but we'll see those two in the next round. 12.91 for the Lordco lane and a 13.07 in the TCS lane.
Next race, Daniel LaPrise from Abbotsford going up against Kyle from Abbotsford, driving his 2016 Audi. The race is close at the quarter mile, and it goes to Kyle at a 11.73, going up against Daniel at a 10.93. We have Chris Edge from Burnaby driving the 1993 MX-6 going up against an Audi in the TCS lane.
And howdy, Audi. Look at him go.
Audi's on an Audi.
Indian Audi.
Audi takes it at a 12.09 at 111 miles an hour, and Chris at a 14.28 at 98 miles an hour.
All right, we've got a Golf in the TCS lane going against Felix in his 90 VW Jetta. Don't forget, if you need a little extra hand, draw an N on the driver's side of your vehicle, and our starter Willie will give you a hand. Bulbs are lit, double green, and they're off. Definitely hear that Jetta in the Lordco lane's got some chips, some good chips. 12.62, 115 miles an hour for Felix. And the TCS lane is 16.83 at 89 miles an hour. A lot of these new guys, we haven't got their tech cards into the computer yet, but Anna is typing away, getting your name and your car into that computer so we can call your name out.
Warren Hamill in the Tower lane, hailing in from Langley's, going up against C. Hookham, a Mission resident driving the 2010 Dodge. Turns out Warren is also driving a Dodge. Seems to be a car knowledge. But both are off to a powerful start. Warren takes it at an 11.73 at 118 miles an hour, with C at a 13.04 at 107 miles an hour.
Braden in the TCS lane, 2018 Camaro going against Rick Newcomb from Aldergrove. He's racing his 2010 Cadillac, a blown LS. So, whoa. Really close race here all the way down, even to the 1,000-foot. Oh, but it is Braden in the TCS lane at 12.70 at 112 versus a 12.46 at 112. I mean, that's like 0.08 of a difference there. So I want to see those two line up again, that's for sure. Wow. That's side-by-side racing, folks, here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Friday night street legals. Stefan Alamera in his 2015 Ram from Abbotsford going against Daniel Redekop in the Lordco lane. Couple Abbotsford residents here. Double green. Daniel leaving a little quicker. It is close, folks. But it looks like Daniel taking it in the top end at 12.82 at 113. Stefan at 13.63, 97 miles an hour.
We have Chase Cranemore hailing in from Surrey, driving the 2017 Chevy, going up against Kyle Lynn from Vancouver and the 2021 Tesla. I don't know if y'all can see it, But Chrissy's doing a little victory dance here. She's got another one of her guys back in the driver's seat.
It's the Tesla dance, yo. Woohoo!
My boss is even getting in on this. That's how you can tell this is getting good.
But look at this. He's making it a race here. Look at these times. My gosh, it's so close.
And by, if I'm not wrong here, not even five, it looks like a couple tenths of a second, Kyle takes it at a 12:37 at 114 miles an hour, with Chase at a 12:42 at 116.
That was a race, folks. That Tesla didn't get away scot-free, that's for sure. Here we've got Brooke Green in the TCS lane, a 2008 Denali. He's from Mission, going against Daniel McGarr from Delta 1992 GMC 1500 called Monster. Battle truck here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Double green. There's some more side-by-side racing here. It's just getting faster and faster, folks. Looks like Brooke Green has a little more on the top end of 15.17, 91 miles an hour. A 15.80 at 84 for Daniel.
We have Darren P. from Poco driving the 1969 Dodge Super Bee with an open hood, and by open I mean the hood is gone. Going up against Tony Angelis from Coquitlam in the 1999 Chevy Camaro.
Lots of air being forced into that engine. Hey, Joey.
And he's getting a little more as he blazes down the track, making it at a 11:78 at 106 miles an hour, with Tony at a 13:95 at 102. We have Graham McNeil coming in from Surrey in the 2014 Ford, going up against Jeff Leveman from Abbotsford. The race is dead even at the 8th mile, still going into the 4th, but it goes to Graham, and this is off by an entire 1/100th second. Graham takes it at a 13:17 at 108 miles an hour, with Jeff at a 13:16.
So that was 8 thousandths of a second difference between those cars. It was a 13.17 versus a 13.163. Whoa, crazy. Brendan here in the TCS lane going against Sam Kumba from Surrey in that Tesla. But hey, what's going on, Tesla? Guess you must have rolled through. No time for the Tesla. Brendan a 15.93 at 87 miles an hour.
We have Jesse Gill coming in from Abbotsford in the 2022 Ford, going up against Mike Barker from Abbotsford. Apologies. Driving the 2013 Shelby. Mike takes it at a 12:18, going 123 miles an hour at and then Jesse at a 15.03 at 68 miles an hour. Sierra Gustafsson coming in from Abbotsford, driving the 2001 PT, is going up against Harg Chima from Mission, driving the 2021 Ford Mustang, sponsored by GSS Auto. That Mustang is getting speed, finishing at an 11:68 at exactly 121 miles an hour, with Sierra behind at an 18:72 at 73 miles an hour.
Cam Penner in the TCS lane. He's from Langley in his 2006 Charger. He's packing a Hemi, sponsored by Race with Day, going against Dusty Rhodes from Surrey, 2013 CTSV, calling it, that's Grandpa's car, and that's okay. Cam Penner versus Dusty Rhodes here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Well, Grandpa's car isn't doing too bad there. 12.11, 116 miles an hour. Is Grandpa watching? Cam with a 15.66 at 91 miles an hour. Sean Mercer, 2019 Camaro in the TCS lane. He's from Abbotsford going against Jolene Treneman in that Rubicon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. You must not have your air conditioning on, folks. No air conditioning this evening if you are racing. We can't have that water on the track, please. No AC. 12.89 at 111 miles an hour for Sean. Jolene, a 14.29 at 96. She's just getting faster and faster. Ken Ritchie in the TCS lane. The 85 Blazer. He's from Surrey going against Kai Jessamine again in his 85 Regal. Oh, problems at the line for Ken Ritchie. $11.54 for Kai and a 14.64 at 101 for Ken Ritchie.
Up next in the Tower Lane is Peter Boyd coming in from Blind Bay, driving the 2018 Dodge SRT, going up against Arjun Sarkar from Surrey, driving the 2022 Tesla Model 3. We've seen that Tesla go down the strip a couple of times today, and he still does not disappoint at an 1183, going at 116 miles an hour, with Peter behind at a 13.23 at 111.11 miles an hour.
That's got to be a lucky number, doesn't it?
I don't believe in sheer raw luck, but Peter has proven me wrong.
Well, you're 16. You're gonna learn about luck, my friend. Ken Christensen in the TCS lane, 2014 Ford. He's from Coquitlam, going against Aiden Thiessen in his 2009 GMC Sierra truck. $12.54, 119 miles an hour for Ken Christensen. 15.91 at 94 for Aiden Thiessen.
Brad Sutton in the Tower Lane from North Vancouver, driving the 72 Buick, a fabulous car, going up against Dave from Everson, Washington in the 91 Ford. Sorry if I mispronounced Sutton for Sutton, but hey, no hablo inglés, as I say.
You know, Joey's the apprentice announcer. You know, we all butcher names once in a while. We apologize. Bulbs are lit, double green, they're off. Looks like a good race right here. I'll tell you, that is side-by-side drag racing if I've ever seen it. 13.60 for Dave versus 13.85 for Brad. We got to have those guys line up again for sure.
All right, it's a car battle here, and not just any car. It's the last name car. It's Tyler Carr and Owen Carr, both coming in from Abbotsford, with Tyler driving the 74 Vet Chevy, and Owens driving the 68 Pontiac. Both sponsored by the Carrs Brothers Family Car Racing Team. And I kid you not, these guys were identical on the track, with Tyler finishing at a 13.63 at 101 miles an hour, and Owen at a 13.80 at 96.
Sander Algera from Abbey in the 2012 Chrysler 300 going against Ben H. in that 2019 Tesla. Go Tesla, go Tesla. It's the Tesla dance. 11.6, 914 miles an hour for Ben in the Tesla. And Sandra 13.03 at 108 in the TCS lane.
You know, if I had $1 for every time I've seen a Tesla just outspeed everything I've seen today, I'd had $7, which isn't a lot, but it's strange that it's happened 7 times.
You're 16. $7 is a lot.
Touche. We have Don Mancellini from Maple Ridge driving the 67 Ford, going up against Mark Thiessen from Abbotsford, driving the 1994 Corvette.
Not sure it's a 94, maybe 63? Think so. Gorgeous. 2 gorgeous cars here on the track right now. Bulbs are lit.
Well, it seems like Chrissy was right. It's not a 94, it's a 63. Way to be, Chrissy. Don finishes at a 12.30, going at 111 miles an hour, and Mark at a 14.44 at 97 miles an hour.
Utah Mooney in the TCS lane, driving a 1999 Ford truck, going against William Schillenberger. When your last name is too long, I only get a part of it, so it's a guessing game. So Schillenberg. He's driving 1986 GMCs from Chilliwack. He's racing Typhoon Bob in the Lordco lane. Utah versus William here, Friday night street legals. Utah just having a great old time out here. See him all the time. I wish I was him. I don't care what my time is. I want to be racing. 12.31, 106 miles an hour for William. And at 18.88 at 73 miles an hour.
We have Keith Pletcher from North Vancouver driving the 2015 Model S, going up against Dave Clark, a Mission representative driving the 2022 Ford. Tree's lighting up. It goes green.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, outlaw to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, outlaws to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Cadence says, outlaws, get yourself to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cadence, one of our junior racers and one of our future announcers up here, apprenticing up in the tower with us today. Thank you so much to Cadence.
I see a lot of talent behind that voice, and I can see a bright future ahead of her. Next up, we have Jonathan Roth from Rosedale, going up against not going up against a 2016 Tesla. He's driving a 2016 Tesla, sponsored by Electra Speedster. And Doug Redekop from Abbotsford driving the 2021 Tesla. It's a Tesla off, and Doug takes it at 9.70 at 149 miles an hour, with Jonathan at a 12.91 at 100 miles an hour.
That Tesla just gets faster and faster every round. Amazing. He's my hero. Jen in the TCS lane 1980 Malibu from Maple Ridge going against Paul Regan from Calgary. Calgary, BC. That's interesting. 2019 BMW M5. Jen versus Paul. Jen. Looked like she spun her tires a little bit at the line there, but it was like identical reaction times. Paul with a 10.28 at 137. Jen a 16.32 at 91.
We have Morgan Brandt coming in from Vancouver, driving the 2002 Infiniti, going up against Dean in the 64 GTO. Dean's given a gentleman's head start, and he's blazing down that track. But even then, it seems like a pretty close race, as Morgan takes it at a 14.23 at 96 miles an hour, with Dean at a 15.03 at 104 miles an hour.
Nathan Hildebrandt in the TCS lane 2016 Ford F350 going against Jordan Hildebrandt in the Lordco lane in 2016. It's a Chev, Ford versus Chev. Truck battle here, Ford versus Chevy. Looks like the Ford will be taking this one, 13.72, 98 miles an hour versus the 15.92 at 85. Sure like to know if that's brothers, father, son, what the deal is. So make sure you write that kind of stuff in your tech cards.
Finishing off domestic, we have Matt Dawson for Solo Pass, mission representative driving the 1992 Chevy S10.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, you should be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Outlaws to lanes, you should be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Thank you, Cadence. I couldn't have said it better myself. Outlaws, you should be in the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please.
Outlaw to lane, motorcycles on standby. Motorcycles, you're on standby, please.
All right, motorcycles, you heard her. You are on standby. We'll be rolling into our Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Your first choice for high-performance racing parts in the industry for over 50 years. Shout out to everybody hanging out here with us today. It's great to see you out here and all the kids out here too. It's a beautiful evening. Thanks for spending it with us here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Shout out to everybody on the live stream. Hey, live stream, we hope to see you down here soon and see your smiling face as well. All right, Cadence just wants to throw out a shout out here to some of her junior racer friends.
Connor Jackson and the Green Brothers.
Good to see you out there. Cadence says, see you on the track, yo. Gonna take you out. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Exactly. She's a racer through and through, one of our future announcers here at Mission Raceway. Cadence Rodrigue. You will hear her name often. She is famous around here. Yeah, she is. And if you want to get your kids involved in racing, that's the thing to do, folks. It's actually such a family bonding event. Now, it's weird, but I'm in college and I'm studying childhood and adolescence and the brain development. I know, like, who am I, right? I was a truck driver for 22 years. Now I'm in college. It's terrible. But anyways, it is great for them. The reward system in their brain is like on super hyper mode. So getting them involved in racing right now and getting that reward system, you know, the adrenaline and all, they'll get hooked. I mean, keep your kids out of trouble. It keeps them off the screen. Because isn't that the thing? The darn screen. No, come outside, look at each other in the eyes, say hello, and come on out to racing, come out to Mission, any kind of racetrack at all. Getting your kids involved young is the key, folks. I'm telling you, and these junior parents, they would do anything for these kids. They are amazing. They're doing parenting right. So again, if you've got kids, they can start here as young as 5 years old. They've got junior dragsters for your kids for sale, so check them out on Facebook. Join the juniors, Junior Lightning, Junior Street, Junior Thunder. They're waiting for you. We have huge classes, so many kids here, and it's a great old time. And you know, Cadence Rodrigue here, she's pretty famous, I must say. How many races have you won? Do you know?
2.
Holy, see? And did you get a big trophy?
I won a Wally, and yeah.
What? You won a Wally? Oh, see, let me just salute you, young lady. Holy moly, we have a famous person in the tower. Wow. And what do you like about racing?
To hang out with my friends and be at the racetrack.
Oh, yeah, she's my kind of girl, I must say. You're hired. Sorry, Shelby, she's hired. I might be out of a job soon, but I think it's worth it here. Junior racers here on the mic, and we'll do a little interview with her as well. We've been interviewing those juniors actually every Street Legals we've had. They're so interesting, and they have such a great old time. Cadence, tell me, what's the hardest part of drag racing?
Winning and the tree.
Tell me a little bit more about the tree.
It's very hard.
It's hard to get a good reaction time, you mean?
Yes.
So what is the trick?
To count 1, 2, 3, and on the third yellow, when you see it turn on, you go.
Hey, did you hear that, Street Legal Racers? There's some valuable information from Cadence Rodrigue here about how you can beat the tree. You count 1, 2, 3, right? Simple. Simple, guys. What's the problem? Why am I seeing 1 second reaction times? Just bugging you. We can't all be professionals, you know, like the juniors here. It's great having them in the tower, though. It's young blood. These are our future racers. One day we're going to be announcing her name in Sportsman, in Hot Rod, and you never know. You know, Brittany Force, that could be you. All right, girlfriend? That's what I'm talking about. Any of you guys watch Street Outlaws? God, I love that show. Street Outlaws, Discovery Channel, drag racing. Those guys are a little crazy. Now, they looked into getting the Street Outlaws up here, but you know what? We have a border. These guys cannot get across the border, so sorry, you're not going to see Street Outlaws up here. Hopefully we'll have our own Street Outlaw battle. We'll have a Canadian team. That sounds good. Sign me up when I check my Lotto Max. Cadence just informed me she will be racing at Door Wars 11, folks. That's coming up June 29th to July the 2nd, Canada Day weekend. Come out and watch the fastest, most exciting heads-up racing on the West Coast, featuring West Coast Pro Mods, running 3-second 8th mile passes at over 200 miles an hour, nitro-burning top fuel Harleys, MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275s, bringing the quickest radial small tire racing with a 16-car field, all sub-second in the 8th mile. Exciting times coming up at Door Wars 11, 1 week from today. So then we'll see Cadence doing some racing here with her friends. And what's the plan here for Door Wars? What's your game plan, Cadence?
To win.
To win. Oh, yeah. Door Wars 11 coming up 1 week from today.
Sponsoring one of the lanes here at Mission Raceway Park is the TCS Transmission Products. TCS Performance Transmission Products is a locally owned and operated business located in Langley, British Columbia. As the leading manufacturer of performance and extreme automatic transmission parts and torque converters for over 50 years, their first priority continues to deliver the best possible products for their customers. TCX takes pride in manufacturing improved products for many racing, off-road, and towing applications. TCS continues to be the first choice torque converter for many drag racing, performance diesel, towing, and off-road applications. With over 50 years of experience, TCS has the ability to build the converter that fits your specific needs, or repair the service of an existing converter. TCS services all make... I thought I read that wrong. TCS services all makes and brands of torque converters. TCS is your source for torque converters and transmission parts. TCX takes pride in manufacturing an improved performance product for many racing, off-road, and diesel applications. You could check out their website. All you really have to do is search up TCS products to see a complete line of billet shafts, drums, and international components that are designed to excel in all extreme gas or diesel applications. So thank you so much, TCS, for your TCS Transmissions products for sponsoring us. And now we move on to Outlaw. We have a Nova race, and a tower staff member, Anna, is going insane over them.
Oh, yes. Anna is a big fan of the 75 Nova. I must say, she is jumping up and down right now.
She's
Oh, 70. She has a 76, you see.
It's Rob McKenzie and his 75 Nova going up against Randy McKenzie in the 72 Nova. Not only are they related, but they also have great car picks. Tree goes green. Both tires go up. It's a neck-and-neck race until the 4th mile, and it goes to Randy at an 11.04, going 122 miles an hour, with Rob at a 10.97 at 121.
Just 600th of a difference between those two. Taj Sangha here in the TCS lane, 2023 Ford Mustang he calls the Bubble. Going against Dorian Unkovic from Burnaby, an 08 BMW in the Lordco lane. Green lights mean go. Dorian giving him a little head start. He's going to have to go a little faster to catch him. Doesn't look like that'll be happening today. 12.29 for Taj. And Dorian a 14.31. Looked like he had some problems. Let out of it around the 1,000-foot mark. Coming up next is Stephen Kennedy from Coombs, BC, the 2020 Chevy Camaro in the TCS lane, going against Tony Brand in the 73 Chevy. Two good-looking cars here. The Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Old versus new here. Chevy battle. Stephen Kennedy taking it at 10.79, 129 miles an hour. Versus Tony at 10.52 at 128. Darren Price in the TCS lane, 1989 Ford Mustang, going against Karen Christensen from Abbotsford in her 87 Chevy S10. .79, 123 miles an hour for Darren in the Mustang, and 11.43 for Karen in the Chev.
have Raz Van de Sand from Maple Ridge driving his 96 Volkswagen Golf, a part of Team Alliance. And we have Conrad hailing in from Langley driving the 65 Chevy 2. Honestly, being a Chevy guy myself, I am all the way in Conrad's corner. Oh, but he just jumps the red, so we won't get a time for him.
Tough break for Conrad. He's actually the one that informed me about the ice cubes and the nitrous, so thank you so much, Conrad, and your friends there.
Still not totally used to ice cubes on the track, but Razvan is proving some worth at a 9.87, going at 152 miles an hour.
I think that's the top speed we've actually seen tonight, so way to go. It's so good to see this guy progress. He's amazing. I mean, when I first saw him, he could barely make a pass, and now look at him. 152 miles an hour. Joel Smith in the TCS lane, 1971 Pontiac. This is the father of Tyler Smith, who's got a bounty on him in Junior Street, going against Everett Heath from Maple Ridge in his 72 Chev. Joel sponsored by Zapstrap Racing. And hope he knows I put that $25 extra bounty on his kid. Oh yeah. Going down, Tyler. 10.38, 131 miles an hour for Joel. Everett, an 11.10 at 119.
We have John Verbeek from Aldergrove driving his 1978 Malibu, going up against Rick Franks from Aldergrove driving the 81 Pontiac. Unfortunately, John Verbeek goes red, so this one will go to Rick Franks, who makes it at a 12.42 at 107 miles an hour, and John made it at an 11.48 at 119 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports compact to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sports compact to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
You heard her, folks. Sports compacts to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Pat Hearn, an 8.96, 139 miles an hour. Clayton Schultz, a 14.05 at 64. Moving into motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports.
Just like to announce to some people on the spectator side, we saw you revving and it's getting a little bit of smoke on the track. So at this time, I'll kind of have to ask you to stop.
Legal Land from Mission, 2018 Suzuki, going against Steve Abuzini, sponsored by PRP Automotive. Wow. Steve Abuzini is 7.73, 177 miles an hour. Well, that's a new top speed for tonight. Leah Gallant, 134 miles an hour at 10.45. Sean Highstead from Mission, BC on his bike. It's a 2022 in the TCS lane, going against Darren Bauman from Mission in his 2008. Sean's bulbs are lit. Darren's got 1, 2 green lights. A little lift off there for Sean. And him getting back into control and hitting that gas, trying to catch up to Darren. 8.98, 164 miles an hour for Darren. Sean at 11.83 at 125. It's Chris Rathy from Abbotsford on his ZX 10R going against Charles Leake on his 2016. I had a chance to say hello to Charles and told him that everybody in the tower is rooting for him. I heard he's 16 years old, but that's pretty darn cool. 11.68 for Charles at 137 miles an hour, and Chris at 11.94 at 127.
We have Keith Schmidt from Maple Ridge driving the 2001 Harley, sponsored by Harley, going up against Dallas Bradard. Dallas being a Surrey resident, driving the 2012 Victory Highball, but Keith makes it a little before the red, so he won't get a time. So Dallas makes it at a 12.45 at 104 miles an hour. We have Paul Serdar, a resident from Chilliwack. We have Paul Serdar, a resident from Chilliwack, driving the 2005 Suzuki titled The Gixxer, sponsored by Mass Cycle Service. And Charles Evans, an Abbotsford resident, driving the Kawasaki.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports compacts, you should be heading to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Sports compacts to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Lift off for Charles Evans there. Both those bikes hanging on, and look at this, 9.33, 148 miles an hour for Charles Evans, and a 10.31 at 139 for Paul. All right, we have a solo pass here. $12.94, 99.9 miles an hour. That wraps up our motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Thank you so much for sponsoring our motorcycle class. Rolling into Sports Compact, sponsored by Racing Greed.
Next up, we have Brian Kropp coming in from Surrey, driving the 2018 Golf, sponsored by Toonzilla, and Lauren Stewart from Port Coquitlam, driving the 2018 Audi RS3. Looks to be that we're doing a bit of a track cleanup or an inspection of the sorts.
All right, our track official is seeing something that they don't like on the track, so they're going to head out there and make sure the track is safe so we can carry on with our Friday night street legals. Safety, of course, the first priority here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We want everybody to stay safe. We don't want anything getting run over, kicked up in the air, or anything like that. Shout out to everyone on the live stream. Hello, everybody on Lordco TV. Hope to see you down here in person soon. And a bigger shout out to all you guys out here watching the racing today. So good to see everyone here on a Friday night. Starting to cool down, getting real nice and comfortable out. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Tech is now closed. Tech is now closed. Ton of racing action yet to go. Again, as I walked out to the back top end, there are so many new vehicles, and I see them here lined up in the lanes now. We'll have to see what they can do. We've got racing until the dew sets in. Tons of racing, tons more hours of racing left to do. Everybody's going to get a ton of passes, probably about 5 or 6 passes each, maybe more. You never know. So be sure to bring out your car to our next Friday night street legals. It's your chance to be the drag racer. You could be cool like Cadence Rodrigue, you know. Up here, junior announcer, champion racer. Our next Mopac street legals is July the 14th and July the 21st. So double your chances to bring your grocery getter, your hot rod, whatever you got. Bring it out. I saw a truck out here with a full toolbox. All right, green lights. They both deep staged. Brian taking a whole over a second less reaction time than Lauren. But look at this. Lauren, even with a 2.3 second reaction time, takes it 10.4, 738 miles an hour. Brian at 11.82 at 116.
The next racers are Mike Eng, coming in from Abbotsford, driving this 2019 Audi S3, and Daniel Laprise, an Abbotsford resident, driving his Audi 2. It's an Audi off. We've had plenty of those tonight.
Audi, 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 Audi.
Oh, yeah. Chris takes it at a 10.77 at 129 miles an hour, and Brendan at a 12.05 at 111.
Louis Pagar from Surrey in the 1995 Eagle Talon going against William DeBreeze from North Van in his 2018 BMW. Looks like a drag race here. Looks like a little more power in the top end for the BMW at 12.3, 412 miles an hour. 13.29 at 107 for Lewis. Joanne Kim from Langley in the Lordco lane. We don't have the driver in yet for the other vehicle. 11.83 for Joanne, and look at this, 11.74 here in the TCS lane. I think those two should line up again later on.
Next batch of racers is Sam Wood, Mission resident, driving his 1971 Volkswagen Beetle, going up against Kyle Retz, an Abbotsford resident, driving the 2016 Audi. Kyle takes it at an 11.64 at 117 miles an hour, and Sam at a 13.74 at 99 miles an hour. Next up, Ashkan Sharif, driving his 1997 Toyota Chaser, and Nathan Verend from Maple Ridge, driving his 2021 Nissan called Envious. That was a rough start there. A little bit of popcorn, as I call it.
Looked like some tire spin in the TCS lane as well.
Nathan still takes it at a 10.56. Going 132 miles an hour, and Ashkan at 13.46 at 111 miles an hour. We have Tyrene Franzen, residents driving the 2001 Acura, going up against a Beetle in the TCS lane. The Beetle takes it at 13 exactly at 102 miles an hour, and Tyrene at a 15.17 at 93.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If we're not calling your name by now, it's probably because there's something wrong with your number. Like 001 there in TCS lane needs an F in front of their number, and the Volkswagen need an E in front of their number. So be sure that you've got the correct numbers on your car, folks, so we can call out who you are. Audi in the TCS lane here, going against George Chamy from Surrey, 2021 Toyota Supra. That's that good-looking car there in the Lordco lane. An 11.30 for the TCS side, and that Supra 13.65 at 101.
Kenneth Liang is going up against Kevin Kaiser. Kevin's driving his 1973 Beetle, and Kenneth is driving his 2006 Infiniti.
I bet that Kenneth's like, what's going on here? That Beetle's like way ahead of me.
You never expect something as small and ferocious as a Beetle to be so fast. Kevin gets it at a 13.14 at 103 miles an hour, and Kenneth at a 15.13 at 87.
We've got the Miata back in the TCS lane. Not sure why his name's not coming up. Might be missing a letter or a number. Going against Darren Graham. Darren Graham from Langley, 2018 GTR.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Domestics to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestics to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Attention in the pits, domestics, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. It's James Olson from Langley in 2015 VW, deep staging there in the Jetta, going against Brandon Megson from White Rock, 2009 Dodge Caliber. Similar reaction times, but James Olson just flying down the track here. Looks like Brendan tried to catch up but can't do it. 11.58 at 115. And Brendan a 12.43 at 115 miles an hour.
Next up, we have Miles Walsh and Lorenzo Angelieri. Lorenzo's from Pitt Meadows, driving his Volkswagen, and Miles is from Coquitlam, driving a Volkswagen. It's a VW standoff. Lorenzo is also sponsored by Ferro Industries. Both making their mighty ways all the way over to the quarter mile, and Lorenzo gets it at a 15.98 at 89 miles an hour, with Miles at a 15.75 at a 96. Our next racers are Felix Olariu from Burnaby, driving his 1990 Volkswagen Jetta, going up against Matthew Malley, a male. So apologies. But unfortunately, Matthew rolls through the lights, which means Felix is going to take this one at 12.65 at 128 miles an hour.
Calvert Dollywall in the TCS lane, 2017 Infinity. He is from Surrey, going against Naj Sadhu from Abbotsford, 2019 BMW 440i. Infinity versus BMW battle here at Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Calvert taking off like a rocket, like he has done this before. A 10.62, 130 miles an hour for Calvert, and 11.96 at 116 for Naj Sadhu. Carrying on in our sports compact class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Jashan Verdi in his 2016 Infinity in the TCS lane, built by Darren Jassel. Going against Warren Eder from Surrey in his 2014 BMW. And Warren getting a big jump in reaction time, but look at Jashan chasing him down. Can he do it? He does. Warren a 12.93 at 108. Jashan an 11.91. That reaction time got him. Danny Long in the TCS lane. He's from Coquitlam. He's got a 2004 Dodge Neon. Going against Richard Evenchko from Langley in his 95 Honda. Richard having a great pass, actually, a 12.67 at 112. He's been struggling. Danny, a 14.65 at 94.
Our last one for Sports Compact is going to be a solo pass from Brian Palco. Brian's a resident from Maple Ridge, driving his 2017 GTR. After Sports Compact, we will be moving on to the domestic class, our biggest class here for the Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Brian makes it to the quarter mile at a 10.91 at 138 miles an hour. Well done, Brian. After that, we now move on to the domestic class. Like I said, it's our biggest class here at the Mission Raceway Park, and it's sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply.
Friday Night Street Legals, where you can bring your car and race, and look at the field. Boy, oh boy, tons of racers out here today. It could be you. We've got 2 races coming up in July. July 14th and July 21st. Bring what you got. Grocery getters, minivans, trucks, cars. What you got, you can race. And boy, oh boy, you'll have fun doing it, folks. Be sure to bring out your car to the next Mopac Street Legals. Moving on into domestic class. Domestic, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply, your first choice in performance parts. Rick Newcomb in the TCS lane. That 2010 Cadillac says a blown LS. It's from Aldergrove going against Braden from Langley in his 2018 Camaro. Rick off and running, and Braden trying to catch him. But not today. Maybe later. 12.71 at 111 for Rick and 13.41 at 112 for Braden. Thought he might do it. He was coming in hot. Don Mancinelli, 1967 Ford. He's from Maple Ridge. Going against Peter Boyd from Blind Bay in his 2018 Dodge. Don went in deep right away. Double green. Launch. Don just hauling. Great looking car, too. A 12.21 for Don, 111, and 111 for Peter at 12.97. So another close race.
We have a Hildebrand fight. It's Nathan and Jordan, both from Abbotsford, driving their 2016 Fords. Tree goes green. Racers are off. But it looks like Nathan is off to a little bit of a slow start. Nevertheless, Jordan makes it at a 14.78 at 90 miles an hour, but it seems like Nathan stopped closer to the 8th mile. Wishing them all the best.
Hoping it's not too big of a problem, but of course, racers, if you run into a problem, you need to pull over on the side of the track in case you're leaking any fluids. We don't want that dragged all over the groove, the middle of the track. So always, if you're having a problem, folks, pull over to the side.
But it looks like he's going to go finish his hit, making it to the end, but we won't get a time available since he did stop in the track. At this time, we're going to start making sure that the track is clean as the lights flash on the tree. We now have Warren Hamill from Langley driving the Challenger, going up against Ken from Coquitlam, the 2014 Ford. Seems to be a pretty close race, but Warren gets it at an 11.95 at 117 miles an hour, with Ken at a 17.89 at exactly 58 miles an hour.
Yeah, it looks like Ken having a problem down there, having to lift off the gas there, ending at 58 miles an hour. But we have Ken Ritchie on the TCS side. This is the famous battle we've been seeing this round after round. Ken Ritchie from Surrey, 1985 Blazer, going against Kai Jessamine, also from Surrey in that 85 Regal. Ken with a 383, Kai with a 355, and oh, look at Kai. He's like, later, bro. $11.55 at 116 for Kai, a 13.83 at 103 for Ken Ritchie. Ben H. from Richmond and the 2019 Tesla. Go Tesla, go Tesla. Going against Johan Wolf. Oh, Cadence just saw my Tesla dance. What do you think, Cadence?
It's silly and it's funny.
Thanks. Well, nothing wrong with being silly and funny. Joanne Wolf. Wolf Hemi, 2006 Dodge. Going against the 2019 Tesla. Now, you know, earlier we saw a pretty wicked battle between a Tesla and another vehicle, so maybe it's these two lining up again. Tesla's deep staged. Just waiting for the Dodge to light the bulbs. Bulbs are lit. Double green. Tesla taking off. Out of sight. 11.7, 114 miles an hour for Ben from Richmond in the Tesla. Joanne, 15.34 at 99.
We have Brad Sutton from North Vancouver, driving his 72 Buick, going up against Keith Pletcher from North Vancouver, driving the 2015 Model S. We're getting word that we don't know if it's Fledger or Pletcher, but Anna says it's very clearly a P, so apologies if we get that wrong. We're just getting, I just figured it out. That isn't a Model S. Wait a sec.
Wakey, wakey. Super B in the Lordco lane.
It's a Super B, but we have it here as a Model S, so either I'm losing my marbles or something rather peculiar is happening. Trees lighting up, goes green.
Two oldies and goodies just like me.
Cars get better with age, and these two prove it as Keith makes it to the end at a 12:33 at 108 miles an hour, and Brad makes it at a 16:33 at 50 miles an hour.
All right, we've got a GMC truck on the TCS side versus Chevy truck. So we've got full-size truck in the Lordco lane, mid-size truck in the TCS lane. What do you think is going to happen here, folks? Is that truck just way too heavy to beat that small truck? Well, let's find out right now. Oh, look at this. Oh, he's like, who are you, woman? Don't be talking like that. And he hauls down the track. See, you just never know, folks. A 12.38, 114 miles an hour for the old Chev, the big old Chev, and a 15.56 at 90 here in the TCS lane. Now, it does say this is Mark Thiessen, but it says it's a 1994. Now, we all know this has got to be about a 63 Corvette. It's going against Jeremy in his Porsche, that 911 911 Carrera. Porsche versus Corvette. Just need them to light that next bulb. Here we go. And that Porsche just launching. All right. I'll probably need a Porsche in my stable of cars when I win my Lotto Max, Joey.
Noted.
I'm going to have 6 Teslas and a Porsche. 11.24, 123 miles an hour for the Porsche. And 15.57, 87 miles an hour for the Corvette.
If I live in the water, you know what I'm doing with it? It's a very short, simple answer. I just want food. I'm really hungry.
You can't even win a lottery. You're only 16, kiddo.
Shh. I have dreams, okay?
Chase Cranmore from Surrey, 2017 Chevy in the TCS lane, going against Jeff Lethman in his 2005 Mustang. Pretty even down here at the 8th mile. Even closer at the 1,000 foot. It is going to be Chase taking it at 12.63 at 115 versus Jeff's 13.04 at 106.
It's Aiden Thiessen from Abbotsford driving his 2009 GMC Sierra going up against Brendan, another Abbotsford resident, driving his 2016 Hyundai. Hyundai versus GMC for the Friday night street legals. Tree goes green. Aiden makes it at the end at a 15.38 at 94 miles an hour, and Brendan at a 17.26 at 87 miles an hour. We have the legendary C. Hookham coming in from Mission, driving his 2010 Dodge, going up against Sam Kumba, a Surrey resident, driving a, and don't know if you could tell, but Chrissy is doing a victory dance here because it's a Tesla. The only way I can describe Chrissy's moves is peculiar. But this Tesla sure isn't, as it makes a 12.01 at a 113, as C makes it with a 12.99 at 105.
Sander Algura from Abbotsford in his 2012 Chrysler 300 going against Sierra from Abbotsford in her 2001 PT Cruiser. Sander 13.13 at 108 miles an hour. Sierra just making her way down on 18.52 at 73 miles an hour. That move there was a Beavis and Butthead move, my friend.
Hi, Beavis. Trust me, I might be young, but I'm old at heart. It's Matt Dawson going in against Stefan Almera. Matt's driving a 92 Chevy S10, and Stefan is driving a 2015 Ram. Stefan makes it at a 13.53 at a 98 miles an hour, and Matt at a 15.59 at 70 miles an hour. Also, if any of you guys got the reference that me and Chrissy were just making, I thank you. You guys have won my heart. It's Dave up against Daniel. Daniel from Poco, Dave from Everson, Washington. Dave's driving a 1991 Ford, and Daniel's driving a 1965 Mustang. Ooh, that is a beauty of a car. It's Mustang versus Ford here at the Friday Night Street Legals for domestic when you guys are ready. Daniel makes it to the end at a 13.03 at 108 miles an hour, with Dave making it at a 17.73 at 51 miles an hour.
Graham McNeil in the 2014 Ford in the TCS lane. The Mustang, he's from Surrey, going against Sean Adam in his 2021 Tesla. What a great color that is. Well, Kaden says that's her favorite color. That's beautiful. Sean an 11.5, 316 miles an hour. Graham a 13.46 at 101. Tony Ingleas from Surrey, 1999 Chevy Camaro in the TCS lane, going against Paul Regan from Calgary, 2019 BMW. And I know this guy's fast. Fast. A little bit of a problem at the line for Paul, but he's not letting that hold him back. 11.61, 137 miles an hour for Paul in that BMW. 13.87 for Tony at 103. We've got Cam Penner in his 2006 Charger, 5.7 liter Hemi, going against Daniel McGarr from Delta, 1992 GMC 1500 called Monster. Cam Penner versus Daniel McGarr here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Double green. Cam's sitting at the light a little bit longer. It's a close race because of that. But it looks like Cam Penner pulling ahead. 15.18 at 90 miles an hour versus 16.27 at 83. Just 7/10 between those two. Jolene Treneman, she posted on Facebook, said, "Watch out for this truck. She's in that Rubicon." It's going against William in the 1986 GMC called Typhoon Bob. Gave her a little head start. What a gentleman.
I get why he's calling that the Typhoon, because it's sending me for a whirl with how fast it's going. Making it to the end at a 12.74 at 96 miles an hour, with Jolene making it at a 14.27 at 95 miles an hour.
That's still a great pass for Jolene. She's getting faster and faster. We've got Sean Mercer in the TCS lane there having some problems with this clutch pedal, going against Keith Pletcher in his, not sure that's that 2015 Model S. I do not think so. But Sean having loads of troubles, letting right out. The Lordco lane at 11.89 at 109, and Sean a 17.97. Now we've got the Car Boys, Owen Carr in the TCS lane, Tyler Carr in the Lordco lane. Tyler's racing that 1974 Corvette with a 454. Owen's got the 68 Pontiac with the 327 Chev. This is the Tyler Carr Brothers family racing team. Great to see all these family racing going on here. They probably have kids in the juniors. They're racing. The whole family is racing. Double green, and the Corvette, he's like not messing around this time. He was right on his reaction time, and that's making the difference right now. He's ahead at the 8th mile. It's going to the Corvette this time, a 13.39 at 101 versus 16.21 at 59. So he just let out in that Pontiac. I think he knew.
It's a Mooney fight now. We just got done with the cars, and now it's time to bring in the moolah. Utah Mooney's going up against Show Mooney. Utah hailing in from Coquitlam. Shu coming in from Poco. Utah's driving the 1999 Ford, and Show driving the 1995 Ford.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaws to lane 1, 2, 3, 4. Outlaw to lane 1, 2, 3, 4.
You heard Cadence. Outlaws, we need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Looks like Utah brought out a family member to race against. So this time, Utah wins 18.52 versus Show at 23.89. It's all for fun. Just having a great old time here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Morgan Brandt from Vancouver in the TCS lane in 2002 Infinity, going against Dean Doucette in his 64 GTO. Oh, spinning that tire there in that GTO quite a ways, and he's finally hooked up. Dead even at the 330. And Dean pulling away at the 1,000-foot mark, 13.88 at 102 versus 14.52, 95 miles an hour for Morgan.
Chrissy's going nuts up here. It's a double Tesla fight. We got Jonathan Roth and Kyle Lynn. Jonathan's coming in from Rosedale. Kyle's coming in from Vancouver. Jonathan is sponsored by Electra Speedster, driving the 2016 Tesla, and Kyle's driving the 2021 Tesla. Cadence is saying the far Tesla's gonna win. They're both neck and neck. And it goes to Kyle, the far one, at a 12.43 at 113 miles an hour, and Jonathan at a 12.62 at 106 miles an hour. Well done, Cadence. You won the bet.
Just 0.4 of a second between those two Teslas, and the one in the TCS lane, Electra Speedster. Jesse Gill here in the convertible GT22 Ford, going against Dave Clark in the 2022 Ford. Both of those guys 12.85 at 115 for Jesse Gill. Dave Clark a 13.52 at 116.
It's time for Dusty Rhodes coming in from Surrey, driving the 2013 CTS V to go up against Jen from Maple Ridge, driving the 1980 Malibu. Oh, both of these guys already have my hearts with how great their cars are. Dusty's apparently driving Grandpa's car, and Grandpa must have put some kick in that before. Holy moly. Dusty makes it to the end at a 12.13 at 116 miles an hour. Jen makes it to the end at a 20.43 at 59 miles an hour.
Heck of a smoke show here in the burnout box. It's Harj Chima in the TCS lane. 2021 Ford Mustang, sponsored by GSS Auto, going against Mike Barker from Abbotsford. His 2013 Shelby. Looks like Mike Barker having some issues there in the Lordco lane, having to let out. But Harj is like, no way, 11.6, 320 miles an hour for Harj Chima in the TCS lane. 2191, 45 miles an hour for Mike, clearly having an issue. All right, our last car here in domestics, maybe not, but it's the 2021 Tesla, driven by Doug Redekop. Looks like it is a single pass. Go Tesla, go Tesla.
All right. Attention, everyone. I'd just like to make it incredibly clear that there is no spectating on the Lordco Bridge, all right? Lordco Bridge is for crossing and crossing only, and we can't really have spectators on there. Again, it's a good place to get some shots, and it's a nice spot to see the racers, but unfortunately, the rules are the rules, and the facts are the facts. So if you're on the bridge, kindly ask that you mosey your way off.
Doug Redekop, 9.39, 147 miles an hour for that Tesla. Yep, I'm going to have 5 Teslas and a Porsche. Is it Friday's Lotto Max Day?
Didn't you say you want 6 Teslas and a Porsche? What happened to the one?
You're right, I want 7. And they'll have to be the X-crazy Excalibur mode or Psycho mode. Plaid. That is the word. Tesla Plaid.
Cadence demands that they all be blue, by the way, so you're kind of on a restriction here.
It'll be the Chrissy Anderson Tesla racing team. And Cadence is going to be one of my drivers.
Do I get to be one? Don't leave me unnoticed. That's a maybe.
All right, it's time for our interview with our junior racer. We do this every Street Legal, and today we've got Cadence Rodrigue up here in the tower. So, hey, Cadence, how you doing?
Good.
Now, I've got some questions to ask you. When did you start racing?
Last year when I was 8.
And how fast has your car gone?
1190 at 56 miles an hour.
Holy man, that's fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
How did you get into racing?
My dad races, and I saw my friends doing it.
And what car does your dad race?
My dad races a Malibu.
Ooh. Who is your favorite racer?
Well, I've got quite a few. My dad, Ken Sahota, James Kennedy, Rick McLeod, and Terry Langan Davies.
Those are pretty cool racers. Now, what is your favorite race of the year?
Smoke, Fire, Thunder.
Smoke, Fire, Thunder. Can you say it like that?
Smoke, Fire, Thunder.
Oh, yeah. And what do you want to race after juniors?
My dad's awesome car.
So there you have it, folks. Interview with Cadence Rodrigue, one of our junior racers here. She's famous. She's won championships. You've heard her name before, and she will be here racing next weekend at the Door Wars 11, presented by Titanium Auto Group. So thank you so much. It's so great to see you and to meet you.
Well, thank you, and it was nice to meet you, too.
Thank you. All right, Friday night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Tons of racing left to go. The sun is down. It's easier on the eyes. It's cooling down. It's a beautiful evening out there. Thanks for spending it here with us. Friday night Street Legals, always a great time. Lots of racing here. It's just coming up onto 9:30. And we got lots of cars ready to go. Looks like my tower staff is eating ice cream, so that's probably a good idea, I must say. But you can find those in the pro shop. Have you been over to the pro shop? Ice cream, freezies. What's your favorite color freezie?
Blue, of course.
Blue, of course. Everything's blue with Cadence. Is your race car blue?
Yes, of black flames.
Blue and black flames. That sounds pretty sweet. Very sweet. So again, Door Wars 11, you guys, is coming up. Now, this is where we're going to have the West Coast Pro Mods running 3-second 8th-mile passes, over 200 miles an hour, and nitro-burning top fuel Harleys. We've got electronics, non-electronics, all of our juniors, Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. The Canada West Door Slammers, I've heard there's going to be about 30 of them. West Coast Pro Mod, Gulf and Fraser Financial Limited Street, MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, West Coast Outlaw Street, Jerry's OK Tire Real Street, Inline Sales Pro Street, and Pro Mod Bike. So much happening, just coming up July 29th. June 29th to July 2nd, Canada Day weekend. Hello, oh Canada. We're going to have so much fun. Just waiting on the wonderful Mission Fire Department to see if we're going to be allowed to have fireworks on Canada Day. Wouldn't that be something? Fireworks on the river. Let's hope it can happen, folks, but hope you spend your weekend with us at Door Wars 11 Super exciting. And hey, if you're listening on the live stream right now, we want to see you come down to Door Wars 11, June 29th to July the 2nd.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're calling motorcycles to the lanes. It's time for motorcycles to get on the ready as we're back from the track pet, moving on to Outlaw. It's time for the Outlaw section, fighting street legals. It's Rick Franks going up against John Verbeek, both from Alder Grove. Rick driving the 1981 Pontiac, and John's driving the 1978 Malibu. Now these are my people. I would be dancing, but I'm a little too comfy at the moment, so I'm just gonna casually watch this.
Just so you know, Joey, our apprentice announcer here, is up here with his blankie. He's snuggling with his blankie. Just so you know.
You can't expose me like that. It's not a blankie, it's a blanket. Both racers making exceptional ways down the strip, looking dead even, but it's going to John at an 11.80, going 99 miles an hour, with Rick behind at a 12, and Rick behind at a 12.44 at 107.
Everett Heath from Maple Ridge, 1972 Chev, going against Conrad from Langley, 1965 Chevy 2. Couple good-looking cars down there on the titanium strip here. The Friday Night Street Legals. Green means go, and look at Conrad launching. Wow, he had some troubles the last pass, but no. Oh, some squirreling down at the end of the track. Fishtailing, but he keeps a hold of it. Wow, Conrad, 9.83, 112 miles an hour. What a wild ride down at the end there. Everett Heath at 11.33. Wow, fishtailing up a storm. It's Randy McKenzie from Mission in his 1972 Nova. He's running a 350 going against Raz Van Desan from Maple Ridge, that 96 VW Golf, part of Team All Race. Flames coming out. And he's like, whatever with your flames there, popcorn boy, but Raz Van blows by him. At the 1,000-foot, 9.78, 153 miles an hour. Wow, Razvan. Randy at 11.14 at 121. It's Pat Hearn in the Angry Bird Racing sponsored 88 Mustang. Looks like he's just going to do another burnout. Going against Taj Sangha, 2023 Ford. I guess this is his daily driver because I do believe he has a race car, doesn't he? He does. Just having some fun in the old grocery getter. Mighty fine grocery getter to have.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exciting news for all of us, but especially me. The concession is open till 10:30. I can finally have a late dinner. Pat Hearn and Tej Sangha going down the lane, and Pat is not taking anything at a 9.18 at 111 miles an hour, with Tej at a 12.13 at 117. Pat, you somehow made the fastest time here. Well done.
Yeah, Pat was on fire there in that pass.
Well, it turns out I was wrong, so I made an 8.7 today. I guess I was just kind of oblivious to it, but still doesn't shut down the fact. Pat, that was impressive. Well done. And you too, Tej. Attention in the pits. Actually, I'll let Cadence do this one. Take it away.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sport compact lanes 2, 3, 4. And 5.
Say it again.
Sports compact to lane 2, 3, 4, 5.
If Cadence says it's so, it is so. We need you over to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sports compact. Make your way over to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5, please. Just a little track prep before we carry on here. Making sure the track is A-OK because safety is number one here on the titanium strip. Brought to you. Oh, look, my alarm's going off to feed my cats. Interesting. Yes, I'm a cat lady. I'm 50. Anyway, what about you? Do you have any pets?
I got one. His name is Ivan. He is the cutest dog you will ever meet. He is a sweetheart, a cuddle bug, and an absolute meathead. I couldn't have asked for a better dog myself. And it doesn't help that he's a pit bull.
Oh, cuddly pit bulls. Yeah, pit bulls are okay. I'm more of a cat person. I think dogs they're kind of like kids. You know, you got to pay so much attention. And I'm done having kids. All right, just checking out the track, making sure everything is A-OK before we send some cars down the track. Just like to say thanks so much for joining us here tonight. I know some of you have to take home the little guys, but thanks for coming out, and good to see all you kids out here. It's so great. We hope to see you again soon, especially for Door Wars 11. 1 week from today, it starts. Spend your Canada Day with us watching Pro Mods. Don't forget, racing is back on the Fraser. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals are on July the 15th. We'll be featuring some beer gardens and barbecue concession stand on site. Gates open at 9. Spectator tickets are $20, and kids 11 and under are free with a paid adult. So come and hang out with us, sit on the beach. If you're of age, you can have a wobbly pop. If not, hey, and you know what? I'll be enjoying a 7-Up. I don't need beer. I can watch boat drags, sit on the beach, hang out with my 7-Up. It's going to be a great day watching the boat drags.
The way you phrased that makes me a little confused, but all right. I myself, I might not be announcing there, but you can certainly find me there. I'll pull up my easy chair, have a root beer in hand, swirling it around, and I'll happily watch the drag boats. I heavily encourage y'all do too. It'll be an event to remember. Before we get this next race started, I kindly ask Gregory Russell, could you please make your way up to the tower? We found your ID. Gregory Russell, please come up to the tower.
We've got Darren Price in the TCS lane, 1989 Ford Mustang, going against Karen Christensen from Abbotsford in her 87 Chevy S10.
Sorry, that's Gregory McKinnon. I don't know why I said Russell. Gregory McKinnon, come up to the tower, please.
All right, Karen Christensen, unfortunately, a red light, a big red light. Darren taking it at 10.83 at 123. Karen, a 11.53, but a 0.17 red light. Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam in the TCS lane, 2019 Dodge, running a 392 Hemi. Going against Dorian Unkovic in that 2008 BMW. We've seen this matchup before. I do believe, keep your eyes on both of these cars. Should be a good race. Clayton pausing for about 5.5 seconds before taking off after Dorian. Dorian a 15.11, 61 miles an hour, so he definitely let off of it. Clayton a 12.17, but with that 5.5 second reaction time, it was all over at the tree. Tony Brand from North Van, 1973 Chev. See the lift in that front end. I saw those guys adjusting that front end, trying to figure it out and get it right. At 10.43, 128 miles an hour. That's a great pass for Tony Brand. All right, moving into our motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. It's Steve Abuzini here, pulled up to the line. He's from Poco. Now, I'll tell you, I do believe he did a very fast pass in his last pass. I want to say 177. I think it was too. Steve Abuzini, sponsored by PRP Automotive. Oh, that's his shop. All right, so go see Steve at PRP Automotive. Let's go, Steve. Yeah, I had some spin. It was pulling hard into the center lane. Steve having to let out on that pass, but you know what? He did the right thing. That's exactly what we want all of our racers to do.
We have Paul Serdar going up against Charles Evans. Paul is coming in from Chilliwack, driving the 2005 Suzuki called the Gixxer, sponsored by Mass Cycle Service. And Charles Evans coming in from Abbotsford, driving the Kawasaki. Tree goes green, and the Gixxer is flying.
And Charles having all sorts of problems right from the get-go.
Paul makes it at a 10:23 at 139 miles an hour, while Charles makes it at a 16:58 at 131.
Just got some word that there was actually a coyote on the track. We do live in Mission, isn't that? That's a little crazy. Here is Chris Rathy and Charles Leake. Pretty close here at the 8th mile and again at the 1,000 foot, but Charles taking at 11.08 at 140 miles an hour. Chris at 11.68 at 134. Next up, we've got Sean Heistad and Leah Glant. Lee's from Mission 2018 Suzuki. And he is off and running here, pulling toward the center line though. Luckily, he straightens that out. And Lee with a 9.24 at 151 miles an hour. Sean at 11.70 at 125. Wow, these motorcycles are amazing. Keith Schmidt from Maple Ridge in the TCS lane is 2001 Harley. Not sure who the gentleman is in the other lane. .71 at 118 miles an hour for Keith. A 13.20 at 99 for the Lordco lane. Great burnout there for Darren Bauman, pulling up to the line. He's a Mission resident. His bike is a 2008. Motorcycle class here, sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Go to them for all your Harley-Davidson needs. Mountain View Motorsports has you covered if you're looking for high-performance sports bikes or a classic cruiser. Solo pass for Darren, and he's off. Green light. .84 at 162 miles an hour. Great pass. How would you feel doing 162 miles an hour, Joey, on a bike?
I'd feel a little bit of whiplash, but aside from that, I think I'd enjoy the ride. You know, so long as I had all the safety precautions, like not going 160 miles an hour on a bike. I haven't really got it down my...
Moving into Sports Compact now, sponsored by Racing Greed. Audi in the TCS lane, going against Brian Kropp from Surrey in this 2018 Golf. Sponsored by Tunezilla. Audi deep staging, waiting for Brian, and there we go, double green. Way better reaction time in the TCS lane. 11.6, 816 miles an hour for the TCS lane. Brian was trying to chase him down, but couldn't manage to make it. 11.86 at 116 as well. Lauren Stewart, TCS side, 2018 Audi, going against Daniel LaPrise. Lauren taking off down the track. Daniel taking a 7.6 second reaction time and some brake lights. Interesting. 10.48, 137 miles an hour for Lauren Stewart and his Audi. Daniel is chilling. 17.59, 60 miles an hour.
We have Calvier Dhaliwal going up against Jashan Veridi. Now, Jashan's 2016 Infinity was built by Darren Jassel. And Calvier Dhaliwal they're both from Surrey, believe it or not. And they're both driving Infinities, but Calvier is driving the 2017 and Jashan is driving the 2016. Now, real question is, what year comes out on top this time? These two have raced a couple times, and it has me on the edge of my seat thinking about who wins this round. Identical times nearly matching, and Calvier takes it at a 10.70 at 128 miles an hour, and Jashan is at 11.94 at 113. Louis Pigar and Darren Graham are up next. Lewis is from Surrey, driving the 1995 Eagle Talon, and Darren is from Langley, driving the GTR. But Darren seems to have taken a minute, a little bit of a slower start. But they're going down that track exceptionally fast. Lewis making it at the end at a 13.25 at 107 miles an hour, and Darren at an 11.68 at 101 miles an hour. Got an Audi in the far lane, and Matthew Malley in the 2017 Golf in the tower lane. Our Audi friend makes it at the end at an 11.28, and Matthew at a 14.31 at 106 miles an hour.
Danny Long in the TCS lane, 2004 Dodge Neon. He's from Coquitlam. Going against Ashendeep Sidhu from Abbotsford, 2016 BMW, and he has been here before. Driving like he stole it, Ashendeep flying down the track. 11.55, 119 miles an hour versus a 14.76 at 94. Chris King pulling up in the TCS lane, 2008 RS3. Going against Kyle from Abbotsford, a 2016 Audi. All right, neck and neck at the 60-foot, very close at the 330, but we have Chris King pulling away in his 2018 RS3 at 10.89, 128 miles an hour. Versus Kyle, 11.75 at 116. Ashkan Sharif, 1997 Toyota Chaser in the Lordco lane, going against that Miata. Wish I could tell you the gentleman's name in the Miata, but he must have his number wrong on the car, so I can't. Sorry. 13.68, 111 miles an hour for Ashkan Sharif. 17.06, 78 miles an hour for the Miata. Bulbs are lit. Green means go, and they take off. Wow. And this is a drag race right here, folks, neck and neck at the 330 and the 8th mile. Wow, look at that. 10.53 for Adrian Stan from Surrey, 2013 Audi. And in the Lordco lane, a 10.58. That's 1/10 of a second difference between those two cars. That is close racing action here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies.
We have Brennan Roche in the 2018 Audi going up against Felix in the 90 VW Jetta. racers making it pretty even, but Felix takes it at a 12.71 at 130 miles an hour, with Brendan behind at a 12.08 at 111 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestics to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestics to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4.
The rules are the rules and the facts are the facts, and Cadence has delivered her judgment. Domestic, you are next.
You don't mess with a champion, okay, Joey? It's James Olson here pulling up in the TCS lane. He's from Langley, 2015 VW, going against Brandon Magson from White Rock in that 2009 Caliber. James pulling away in the top end at 11.87, 114 miles an hour. A 12.28 at 116 for Brandon. Miles Walsh here on the TCS side, 93 VW. He's from Coquitlam, going against Kenneth Lang from Vancouver, 2006 Infinity. Don't forget the concession stand is open until 10:30. My fries and gravy are being delivered. Thank you, Anna. All right, close racing action here in the sports compact class. This one will go to Miles Walsh, 14.02, 101 miles an hour. Keith with a 14.95 at 93.
Tyron Franson going up against William Dobris. Apologies. Tyron, just getting it in the red. William, this means the race will go to William here. Tyron's driving the 2001 Acura, and William is driving the 2018 BMW. William takes it at a 14.10 at 62 miles an hour. Tyron is at a 19.32 at 91 miles an hour. It's Sam Wood and it's Volkswagen Beetle hailing in from Mission, going up against Kevin Krieger from Surrey in his 1960s Volkswagen. It's a Beetle off. Just remind me not to say Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Oh no.
How dare you?
To any and all people who got that reference, thank you.
Do you even know what a punch buggy is? Edens does. I just got punch bug. Hey, easy now. Lorenzo Algileri. Sorry, my God, I need another rock star. He's from Pitt Meadows in the VW GTI in the TCS lane, going against Ashendeep Sadhu, 2016 BMW. Lorenzo Angeleri, I'll get it right eventually, 16.27, 87 miles an hour. Ashendeep an 11.38 at 120.
Solo pass for the Audi coming up here. Finishing off the finishing off Sports Compact for tonight. Well, this Sports Compact at least. Tree goes green. Audi with a little bit of a slow start, but with the right amount of energy, blazing down that track. Making it to the quarter mile at 11.32 at 120 miles an hour. We're just going to spray down the track before we go do another pass. So now would be a great time to head your way down to that concession stand that I've been so bragging about. Maybe even getting yourself a little Slurpee, or a frozen treat. Heaven knows the debacles that this tower has been through with a debate on flavors.
Yeah, so we're just going to spray down the track before the domestics head down. This is the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. So just a little track prep, a little spray down, and then we'll get those domestics rolling.
My good friend Guntus here in the tower just browsed around and found these cool little card trivia cards here. So you might want to give yourself a good thought about this next coming up question. If you know this one, good on ya. If you don't, no stress. The question here is, what was a horsepower rating of a Chevrolet L88 engine? 400, 425, 430, or 435? Give yourself a thought about that, and I'll give you all an answer here in a couple minutes, just before we get started with the race. All right, just before we get started with the race here, I'm going to give you all the answer. If you guys guessed 425, you would be wrong. The answer is 430. So if you guys got that right, congratulations is in order, and you got my respect. Now, back to the races. Moving on to domestic.
All right, looks like Cadence Rodriguez, she's got to head on down to bed, so we'd like to say thank you so much to our apprentice announcer here. We really appreciate having you up, and you are a very interesting and wise young lady.
Thank you for having me, and I'll see you all next time.
All right, and don't forget, we're going to be cheering for you in Door Wars 11.
starting track for domestic. Hard Chima goes up against Jesse Gill. Hard coming in from Mission with the 2021 Ford Mustang, sponsored by GSS Auto. Jesse Gill coming in from Abbotsford with the 2022 Ford. It's a Ford off here.
And Hard Chima just spinning those tires off the line, looking for that traction.
Jesse takes the race at a 1281 at 114 miles an hour with Hard at a 14.81 at 117. Next up to the line, we have Jeff Leveman from Abbotsford and Jonathan Roth from Rosedale. Jonathan's driving his 2016, and Christy promised not to get excited when I say this, Tesla.
Go Tesla, go Tesla.
Go Tesla, go Tesla. That's what she said. I'm just trying to mimic the sound of her voice. Jonathan is sponsored by Electra Speedster. And Jeff's driving his Mustang down the road as the tree goes green. It looks neck and neck. Jonathan takes it at a 12.73 at 106 miles an hour with Jeff behind at a 13.08 at 105.
Just 22 hundredths of a second between you, Mr. Tesla. Gonna have to up your game, bro. That Mustang almost got you.
Up next, we have Don Marcellini from Maple Ridge going up against Daniel from Poco. Don's driving his 67 Ford, and Daniel is driving his 65 Mustang. Tree lights up. Double orange. Goes to green. Don is speeding off. Making waves on the strip. And makes it at the end at a 12.20 at 110 miles an hour with Daniel behind at a 13.78 at 107.
I do think Daniel has the power in that Mustang. He just couldn't get the traction there. Couldn't hook it up. Nathan Hildebrandt from Abbotsford, the 2016 Ford F350 going against Jordan Hildebrandt.
You'd be right. Oh, sorry, it's a Chevy. I just got owned by the tower staff with an immediate correction. But the racers are off. It's neck and neck. Chevy on Ford. Who wins? It goes to Nathan at a 13.78 at 97 miles an hour with Jordan behind at a 14.63 at 90 miles an hour. Peter Boyd's going up against Sander Algera. Peter's from Blind Bay driving his 2018 Dodge SRT. And Sanders coming in from Abbotsford. Sander and the Chrysler make it at the end at a 12.81 at 110 miles an hour with Peter behind at a 13.30 at 110.
Still a very close race, only 7 hundredths of a second difference there. The Friday night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. Sorry, I'm stuffing my face with fries and I must stop it. Daniel Redekop in the TCS lane and a big old white truck. We know what this truck can do. Going against Rick Newcomb from Aldergrove 2010. A Cadillac says it's a blown LS. Here we go. This looks like a good race here. Very close here at the 8th mile and the 1,000-foot. Who will it be? Rick Newcomb at 12.73 versus Daniel's 12.80. 1/10 of a second difference between those two drivers.
Matt Dawson going up against Aiden Thiessen. Matt's reining in from Mission, driving his 1992 Chevy S10. And Aiden's coming in from Abbotsford with his 2009 GMC Sierra. It's truck-on-truck action as the tree goes green. Race is getting close by just hundredths of a second. Who makes it to the end first? It goes to Aiden at a 15.52 at 93 miles an hour miles per hour, with Matt behind at a 15.50 at 78 miles an hour. Mike Barker is going up against Warren Hamill. Mike's coming in from Abbotsford, and Warren is coming in from Langley. Mike's driving his 2013 Mustang. Both off to a loud start, but Warren is driving his Dodge Challenger.
And that Mustang, he shifted and the whole rear end is lifting. That was pretty wild.
Warren makes it at an 11.87 at 118 miles an hour, with Mike behind at a 13.61 at 114.
I must say, you know, if you haven't been to the concession stand, it closes at 10:30. I pretty much just had the best fries and gravy of my life, I'll tell you. Albeit I was hungry, but delicious. Go see Clara at the concession stand. Dusty Rhodes here on the TCS side, and Stefan Alamera deep staging right away. Dusty's on his grandpa's car, and this is a fast car for Grandpa. We might have to have a little talk with Grandpa. If Grandpa's here, come to the tower, Grandpa. We want to talk to you. Dusty Rhodes versus Stefan. Very close at the 330, but it looks like Dusty Rhodes having more power in Grandpa's car at the top end. 12.18, 116. And Stefan, a 13.16 at 97. 13.61, sorry.
Jeremy's up next in his 911 Carrera, going up against Kai Jessamine from Surrey, driving the 85 Regal Chevy.
Yeah, this is going to be a good race here. Look at the reaction time for... Was the Porsche in the other lane, the far lane? Because they're switched.
Okay. Do you want me to just still announce the times?
Yeah. What's in Tower Lane right now?
That's a Hyundai, but he's staging with his rear tires.
Here's a Hyundai staging with his rear tires. That's very interesting. And the Tesla, it's Arjun Shakar in the Tesla Model 3. Go Tesla. Go Tesla. 11.8, 716 miles an hour for the Tesla. And a 15.67 at 88 miles an hour in the TCS lane. It's Sean Adam. Here's a Tesla battle here. Sean in the 2021 Tesla Tower side. Kai Lin from Vancouver, another 2021 Tesla. Here we go. This is what blows my hair back. Battle Tesla. Well, it is good promotion for Mr. Musk, isn't it? An 11.76, 111 miles an hour for Sean in the tower lane. Kylan a 12.36 at 113.
All right, next up to the line. Oh.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get outlaws to the lanes, please? Outlaws to the lanes, please.
Seems our Super B friend needed to have a quick chat. And the guy in the spectator lane. Just got to get the data for the drivers. It's Darren P. from Poco going up against Johan Wolf from Delta, driving his 2006 Dodge called the Wolf Heavy. And Darren's driving the Hootless Super B. Darren makes it at the end with a 12.61 at 109. Well, Johan, or I'm sorry if I butchered the name, made it at a 14.15 at 100.
We got Ken Ritchie in the TCS Lane 85 Blazer going against Sierra from Abbotsford in a 2001 PT Cruiser. Ken with a 14.81, 100 miles an hour. Sierra an 18.49 at 73, and she's just getting faster and faster as well. It's Cam Penner in the TCS lane in his 2006 Dodge Charger. He's packing a 5.7-liter Hemi, sponsored by Raceway. It's going against Ken Christensen from Coquitlam in his 2014 Ford Mustang. Cam Penner versus Ken Christensen here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. .43, 118 miles an hour for the Lordco lane. Ken Christensen. Cam Penner at 15.43 at 90 miles an hour. Next up, we've got those Carr family racing. It's Owen Carr in the 68 Pontiac in the tower lane going against Tyler Carr in the 74 Vet. Both of them are from Abbotsford. They're part of the Carr Brothers family racing team. Now, it's been back and forth all night. I know the last pass was the Corvette. So we're going to have to see how it goes now. It's just a little back and forth. Will it be Owen in the 68 Pontiac? Will it be Tyler in the Vet? Time will tell. We'll have to see who's going to take it this round. Friday Night Street Legals, domestic class. Flying down the track here. Looks like Owen in the lead in the Pontiac. Can Tyler catch up? Oh, and he's getting closer, but no. A 13.80 for Owen in the tower lane versus a 13.97, folks. So that's just 11 hundredths of a second difference.
We have a GMC in the tower lane going up against Dave Clark, Mission resident, driving the 2022 Ford. Goes green, and the GMC is off. Dave is close to follow.
Just so much power in that Mustang there. Just having a problem getting that traction to get him going, but look at this.
Dave makes it with a 13.56 at 116 miles an hour, with the GMC behind at a 15.35 at an exact 91 miles an hour. Utah Mooney's going up against Show Mooney again, the Mooney battle. Utah's from Coquitlam. Show is from Poco. Apologies. Utah driving the 99 Ford, and Show is driving the 1995 Ford Ranger.
And these guys just having a lot of fun here. We see Utah all the time. And now he's got a friend here, maybe brother, father, uncle, not sure. But it is family racing here. And it's a pretty close race this time. Oh, look at this. Wow. I know that Utah has a lot more practice, so he got the 13.39 and Show with the 12.333 at 66 miles an hour. Track officials just checking the track, seeing if we can carry on here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Racing all night is what we do best here. And of course, these cars just get faster and faster as it cools down. Cooler air means denser air going into those engines, supplying more oxygen, hence more power.
The fun part about this is that for me, the racing doesn't stop even after being at the Mission Raceway Park. When I get home, I'm going to be racing to my bed. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, you're called to lanes. That's to repeat, motorcycle call to lanes.
So good to see all of you hanging out till the bitter end with us here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Be sure to bring your vehicle for the next Street Legals. You could be just like these dudes, and we could be bragging all about you. Friday Night Street Legals, the next one, July 14th and July the 21st. Don't forget, we've got the big Door Wars 11 presented by the Titanium Auto Group. Door Wars is where you're going to want to be here Canada Day weekend, June 29th to July the 2nd. Watch the fastest, most exciting heads-up racing on the West Coast, featuring West Coast Pro Mods running 3-second, eighth-mile passes at over 200 miles an hour. Nitro-burning Top Fuel Harleys, MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, bringing the quickest radial small tire racing with a 16-card field, all sub 5 seconds in the eighth mile. So it's going to be really great. Next weekend, Canada Day weekend, we're hoping to be approved for some fireworks on the river, but that's all up to the Mission Fire Department. It's in their capable hands. If it is safe enough to do so, it will happen. Canada Day weekend, Door Wars 11. Make sure you are here. And all of our live stream people, we'd like to see you out too in person. Love to see you guys. So come on out, Door Wars 11, 1 week from today. Also a big shout out to the Dodge Ram Club for coming out and playing with us tonight. Good to see you. We always encourage all of our car clubs to come on out, because you know we want you racing on the strip and not on the street.
All right, now the event that I'm most excited for, be it Door Wars being the big, bad, exciting one, the one that I'm most excited for, and the one you'll see me at, is the Fraser Valley Drag Boats Association Summer Nationals. After being delayed by a wee bit, drag boats are back, coming back on July 15th with beer gardens, drag boats, and a barbecue concession stand on site. Unfortunately, I will not be seen at the beer garden, but you can find me in an easy chair with a nice can of Sprite, watching the drag boats do their thing on the now clean lake. Gates open at 9 a.m. for fans, and spectator tickets are $20, and kids 12 and under with a paid adult get in for, get this, free. So if y'all are going to be there, be it live or not, I can't wait to see y'all there so we can see some incredible racing, not on the strip, but on the stream.
Just a reminder to all the racers as you leave the racetrack today a little later, please watch your speed. We want you to get all your mojo out on the track and not on low heat highway. So please respect the speed limit, at least stay within it. And we'd really appreciate that, folks. Looks like we're ready to carry on with racing action here. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. We race till 11 or till the dew sets in. Everybody getting lots of passes today. I used to spend a lot of time in mud racing, and all you would get is 2 passes a day. Like here, you're getting 6 or 7. And that's how we roll here, Joey.
Up to the starting line for Outlaw, we have Randy McKenzie going up against Everett Heath. Randy's a Mission resident driving the ever-lovely 1972 Nova. Everett from Maple Ridge driving the yet more lovely 1972 Chevy. Honestly, I can't pick a side on this one. I'm torn. But Randy goes wheels up. Very close, and it's neck and neck, with Everett making at an 11.17 at 118 miles an hour, and Randy at an 11.11 at 121, just 14 hundredths of a second off.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lane, please? Sports Compact to the lane. TCS lane, we've got Taj Sanga going against Clayton Schultz in the Lordco lane. Looks like a big 4-second reaction time for Clayton. So Taj taking this one at 12.14, 118 miles an hour. And a 12.22 for Clayton as he just couldn't make it down, but it was close in the end, except for that reaction time.
We have Darren Price going up against Karen Christensen. Darren's coming in from Abbotsford, Karen's coming in from Abbotsford, but their cars, different. Darren's driving the 1989 Ford Mustang, and Karen's driving the 1987 Chevy. Oh, sorry, the Chevy S10 to be precise. Speeding down the strip. Darren takes it in the end at an 11.04 at 122 miles an hour, with Karen at an 11.69 at 118.
Now, is this that 75 Nova that's got all the girls in the tower jumping around?
You'd be right. It's not just any 75 Nova. It's the 75 Nova driven by Rob McKenzie.
Yeah, what a rare car that is. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. You don't see very many of these around, folks.
Now, they say money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy you a 75 Nova. So, now hear me out. Rob makes it up to the line for his pass. Be it a single, he's still going to make waves. Goes green, tires up. A little bit of a spin out, but still making waves. Makes it at the end at an 11.10 at 128 miles an hour. And that will end our Outlaw class, bringing us into motorcycle.
Motorcycle class is brought to you by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. We want to give a big shout out to them for sponsoring our motorcycle class. These two dealerships are the go-to spots for all your motorcycle needs. Whether you're looking for a high-performance sport bike or a classic cruiser, Mountain View Motorsports has you covered with a wide selection of the top brands. And for those of you who are true Harley enthusiasts, Mountain View Harley-Davidson is the place to be, offering the latest models and accessories from the legendary manufacturer. So if you're in the market for a motorcycle or just want to check out the latest gear, make sure to visit Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley-Davidson. Thanks so much for your support, and let's get ready to race.
All right, it's time for the alleged 16-year-old motorcyclist, Charles Leak, to do a single pass to lead off the motorcycle. Charles. I'm saying it sophisticatedly because I have no idea why.
He's a minor celebrity in here with the girls in the tower.
Girls, even a celebrity with me, I'm swooning up here. With an impressive reaction time speeding down to the quarter mile at a 10.91 at 133 miles an hour. Well done, Charles.
Yeah, that's a great pass.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're calling domestic to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's Keith Schmidt going up against the spectator lane cyclist. Keith Schmidt coming in from Maple Ridge with a 2001 Harley, sponsored by Harley. Makes it at the end at an 11.71 at 118 miles an hour, with our cyclist in the spectator lane at a 12.90 at 99 miles an hour.
Relax, Joey. He's fogging up the tower window here. Like, is that what 16-year-olds do these days? Is breathe heavy and fog up your windows?
Damn right. I'm a man who needs his oxygen. With Keith and a cyclist done in that, we're now moving on from motorcycles into sport compact. Sports Compact is sponsored by Racing Greed. So if you'd just like to thank our sponsor, go ahead and thank the racing folk. Miles Walsh is going up against Felix Olariu. Felix coming in from Burnaby, Miles from Coquitlam. Miles is driving his 93 Volkswagen, but seems to be at a little bit of a slow start, as Felix is driving his 90 Volkswagen Jetta.
Definitely a problem hooking up there for Miles Walsh in the TCS lane. Felix will take it at 11.83 at 124. Miles a 16.19 at 94. We have the Miata in the TCS lane going against William Dobrez in the 2018 BMW. Now, there's clearly a number problem with the Miata, so I can't tell you who he is, but we appreciate you being out here tonight. Make sure you check your tech card next time and get the right number on there. Could be a letter and a number, folks. William taking this one at 12.27, 113 miles an hour, and the Miata 17.36 at 80. So I would like to thank Joey for coming up here and being with us in the tower. We appreciate you, Joey, our apprentice announcer. Tyron in the TCS lane, Kenneth in the Lordco lane. Acura versus Infinity battle here. And a pretty close race, but this one's going to Kenneth. 14.95 at 92. Tyron at 15.49 at 90. As always saying, have a great night to Joey. Thank you so much, sir.
It's been a pleasure to be up here with you and a bunch of the other tower folk. I couldn't have had it any other way tonight. I hope everyone here who stuck around, I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for enjoying the races tonight. But now I gotta go home and catch some Z's. Thank you all so much for sticking around, and I wish you all the best. Take care.
Brandon Magson, TCS lane from White Rock in that caliber, going against James Olson in his Jetta. Jetta's launching after Brandon, but it may be too late, or is it? Yeah, just almost caught up with him. Brandon at 12.49 at 113. James 12.82. That's just 0.7 off, so he almost caught him. Just a reminder, racers, if you are heading out, thank you so much for being with us this Friday night at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Please respect the speed limit as you leave the racetrack and on our local highways. There's no need to do 160 on the highway when you just did 120 here. So please be safe on your drive home. And again, if you're spectating and with us still, thank you so much. Hello to everyone on the live stream. It's been a great night. So much racing. Still, we're racing, continuing here on till 11 o'clock or until the dew sets in. Jeff Letherman in the TCS lane in his 2005 Mustang. He's from Abbotsford, going against Jonathan Roth from Rosedale. 2016 Tesla. It's the Electra Speedster. I know Jeff wants to give him a good go. He wants to beat him. It's super close here at the 8th mile, but that top end of that Tesla got him. 12.67, 106 for the Tesla. It's 0.05 of a second difference here. Jeff at 12.92, 106. Great effort. So we have Dusty Rhodes in the TCS lane. That's Grandpa's card. He's beaten out there on the racetrack. He's from Surrey, a 2013 CTSV, going against Rick Newcomb from Aldergrove. 2010 Cadillac with a blown LS. Dusty Rhodes versus Rick Newcomb. And Dusty Rhodes getting the jump on him and on Grandpa's car. And taking this past 12.13, 115 miles an hour. Rick a 13.15 at 109. Johan Wolf here from Delta, 2006 Dodge Charger. It's Wolf Hemi going against Mike Barker. And you can hear him shifting that 2013 Shelby going after Johan. It is neck and neck at the 1,000-foot, but it looks like Mike Barker pulling ahead in that Shelby right at the end. 13.60, 117 miles an hour. Boy, he was hauling. Johan with a 14.23 at 99 miles an hour. Going back to the motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get outlaws to the lanes, please? Outlaws to the lanes. Charles Leak. He is back in the TCS lane for another pass. He's just going faster and faster. All right, another 133 mile an hour pass for Charles, an 11.61. He's definitely improving every pass that he does. So great job driving that motorcycle, sir. Don't forget, if you can hear me, to join the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Today is Top Fan Friday, and if you join their little page there, you could win $100. They're giving away $300, $100 to each winner, and also free passes to Door Wars 11. All of those prizes. Hey, I'll take $100. I think, I've already joined, and obviously I can't win, but you can. $100. Go join the Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We are making the call for open lanes. If you would like to make a last pass, please make your way into the lanes now. We're closing the lanes at 10 to 11. So if you'd like to make a last pass, please make your way down to the lanes. This is an open call. If you'd like to make a last pass, make your way over to the lanes, folks. Wrapping up the Friday night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. All right, it's Randy McKenzie in the TCS lane, 1972 Nova. He's from Mission in that sexy car. Rob McKenzie in the 75 Nova. Getting the girls all jumping up and down here in the tower, my friend. '72 Nova with the 350. Going against the 75 Nova with the 427. Battle Nova here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Wow. All sorts of power in that 75. Drifted a little bit to the center line, a little, but great pass, 10.90, 122 versus 11.30 at 121. Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam in his 2019 Dodge. 392 Hemi. He's been having great passes all night, too. As I'll go when I'm darn well ready. .26, 112 miles an hour. Nissan GTR in the Lordco lane going against that 2010 Cadillac with the blown LS. Rick Newcomb watching that GT blow by him at 10.67, 132 miles an hour. Rick at 12.63 at 110. Tyron Franzen from Abbotsford, 2001 Acura Integra in the TCS lane going against Louis Pagar from Surrey, 1995 Eagle Talon. Both the cars launching off, similar reaction times, but kind of looked like Lewis having a little issue there. And Tyron is taking this one at 15.05 at 91. Lewis at 15.72 at 79. William Dobrez from North Van, 2018 BMW going against Danny Long from Coquitlam, 2004 Dodge Neon. We're closing the lanes in 5 minutes. If you'd like to make a pass, head on down to the lanes. We're closing the lanes in 5 minutes. William taking that pass, 12.26 at 112. Danny, a 14.80 at 96 miles an hour. Here's Mike Barker in the TCS lane, and that's Shelby going against Dusty Rhodes in Grandpa's car. This could be a good race right here. Oh, snaky for the Shelby. No! Track officials to the lane, please. Track officials only. We need to get some track officials over to the TCS lane, please. Track officials only. Wow. Definitely not what we're looking to happen here. We're going to let our track officials deal with the situation at this time. All right, if you are currently in the lanes, unfortunately, we're not going to be proceeding. We have a situation on the track, and this will take some time, so we're very sorry if you were looking for that last pass. We're going to get you just to turn around and head back to the pits. We are done racing here. Thank you so much for being out here with us. Friday Night Street Legals. We're going to get this situation resolved now. All right, unfortunately, we're going to be dealing with the situation on the track. Very unfortunate for our friend Mike Barker. But again, the Friday Night Street Legals were brought to you by the Mopac Auto Supplies. Thank you so much for coming out with us tonight. Definitely unexpected and not great, but you know, it's racing, folks. So again, on behalf of the track and the officials and all of our staff here at Mission Raceway, we thank you for coming out tonight. We hope that we will see you starting 1 week today for the Door Wars 11, folks. Pro mods, not electronics, door slammers, top fuel Harleys. We have it all. June 29th to July the 2nd, Canada Day weekend. We hope to see you at Door Wars as well, our next Street Legals. We do have 2 of them in July, the 14th and the 21st. Everyone, please have a safe night. Drive carefully on your way home, and we will see you next time.